All right, what's going on, everyone? FP, we can't see you. Or Fred, I'm sorry, we can't see you. Fred? Fred, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we can't see you, Fred. We're starting off with Fred's video not working. Okay. Oh wait, is this for? Oh wait, no, this is FP. I'm sorry, I thought you because Fred's gonna join us tonight too. FP, we can't see your video.
I'm working on mine.
Oh, okay, there we are. Okay, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to another edition of Outside the Box Live. As always, we are your co-hosts. Got FP to my right there. And I am the Doctor of Foodology, your SGW guy, back again. And we're supposed to have Mike and Fred join us too tonight. At some point, hopefully. They're supposed to. They said they will. So tonight I was my game plan. Before I get to my game plan, I'm going to give a couple shout outs to Ryan. He purchased a August SGW awareness shirt. Thank you for buying that shirt. We appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out to we're gonna bring Fred on. There's Fred. There he is. What's up, guys?
Hey, guys.
Okay. Okay, you missed the first couple seconds. We did last week, a couple days ago. I got a notification that we sold a August SGW awareness shirt. So I was just saying thank you to Ryan K who bought the shirt. Hope you enjoyed that shirt, buddy. Also, I want to give a shout out to Jancy. I was just actually talking to Jancy about 20 minutes ago via text. He is still in rehab, so hopefully his rehab's going well. He's hanging out with Bella's Gam, hanging with us tonight. What's up, Lenny? Yo, yo. Hold on, Mike said I thought I said. Oh, I know what happened. I'll explain to him in a minute. Mike apparently did not see the new group. Okay. Hold on, let's get Mike in here 1 minute. Apparently the new group I made, Mike did not see yet. So hold on. Come on, computer. Minute.
The adjustments.
Okay. I just guys that new show group I sent. I don't think Mike realized it and then he's like, I didn't get the link. I said, oh, he's linking in one group. So we should be joining us momentarily. So anyway, again, Nancy, I hope everything's going good with your rehab. Gina, I just sent it to him. So he should have it now. Oh, yep. Here he comes. There he is. There's the man.
Hello.
What's going on, Mike? Oh,
nothing really.
I made a new group called The Show, and I just put everything there, so I guess maybe you didn't see it.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Oh, yeah. I sent it to you through Facebook. I made a group for all four of us, so we could just touch quick. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yep, it's there. It's called quote.
I don't look at Facebook much, though.
Oh, that's okay. So guys, welcome again. It's another Saturday night. How's everybody's week going?
Pretty good, man. It was a busy week, you know. How you guys doing? How's everybody feeling? Everybody doing good?
My right elbow's destroyed.
Oh no.
Oh,
I have ceiling mounted TVs right above me. The one gave out, the other one was flickering up in the top. So I went to Best Buy. I got a bonus at work this week, actually.
Nice.
So I went to Best Buy. It's like, when you get money like that, it's like, oh, well, something's going to break to take it away. And in this case, it was 2 televisions. So I went and, bought 2 new TVs, figured out I only need one. They don't like to, the 2 identical ones apparently don't like to play well together across, HDMI conversion over to VGA conversion over to whatever DVX or whatever, it's just, anyway, I got to go run to Best Buy tomorrow and take a TV back.
Oh no.
So I'll get half my money back. The other one I really need.
Hey, what's going on, Skeeter? How's everything tonight with you? So thank you. We got a good 10 going right now, which is awesome. 10 live, 10 streaming, or 10 watching live.
Oh, that makes
good
me.
to see Mr. FP this evening. How you doing, FP? Good to see you, brother.
Physically, I'm here, but mentally, I'm checked out.
Gotcha.
That's why I missed last week's show.
Oh, it's all good, man. We missed you. We missed you, but we hope you had a good week, and maybe the show tonight will help you feel better.
That's what I'm hoping
shoot the
for.
breeze. We'll shoot the breeze a little bit, see what's going on, and it could only help.
Right.
That is true. Now, thank you again. Who sat through our 3 hours of last week? Thank you. We never really intended to go that long. It just happened.
It just happened.
So thank you, everyone who hung out with us for those full 3 hours. So tonight, I asked my 3 co-hosts to pick a topic of choice for about 15 minutes. If we go over an hour for the chat, hey, that's great. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of a new platform, so we all have something to chat about or something we want to talk about. I'll let you guys go first because I kind of, did my shout outs. Mike, you just came on. Hi, Susan. Jancy, I talked to him via text earlier. He's actually rehabbing from his surgery last week, so he hopes we all have a great show. Just wanted to give him a shout out.
I just wanted to say it didn't give me the option this week to share this feed with my channel. And I was trying to figure out a way I could do it. Like last week, I mean, it turned out brilliant. It's actually on my YouTube page right now and everything.
And what's that link? Because I couldn't find it. I was looking for the. I was hoping I'd see an alert.
I don't know what you mean.
I sort of have an idea, maybe how you could go live on your channel. I don't know if this would work, but like if you have YouTube, like in a separate tab, and like you're like logged into to YouTube through your
Guys, do I
account,
look
maybe you
crooked
can
to
sort
you,
of.
like off kilter? Like,
I would actually say if you could turn your camera or your phone like 180 so that you're like a rectangle like the rest of us.
I can try that.
Because when I see skinny screen, man, it just drives me nuts.
Oh,
That works.
yeah.
You're also less crooked.
Yeah, Mike,
Yeah,
what's your channel again? It's @/
The Ghetto Theater of Wilkes-Barre.
That's right. Why can't I think that? Why can't I remember that?
Uh-oh.
Like last week when I first logged on, it's like it gave me an option. Do you want to share this stream with another channel, a Facebook or YouTube channel or something like that? It's like, yeah, sure. I mean, threw the address in there and
I hate watching myself on camera.
it recorded.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing it now.
Let me exit and come back and see if I get the option.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do it. Fred P, is that a Pac-Man shirt?
No, I mean it kind of looks like that, but it's so there's a band I've been following for many years now, out of New Jersey. They're called Real Estate, and this is one of their like '90s kind of video game throwback shirts. It actually says Real Estate, but it's like Pac-Man, like bubble letters. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I thought it was a Pac-Man shirt too.
Yeah, I mean it really does look like that. I think that's what they were going for because they're like in that age bracket, I think, where like we all grew up on Pac-Man and Space Invaders and all the old arcade games and stuff. I think they kind of bring that into like their artwork. So yeah, cool.
Do I
It didn't work.
Or no?
What was that, FP?
Do I look like crooked? Like, is the camera crooked to the left?
Not that I could tell. No.
I'd say move back a little bit so you're not.
Is that better?
I like that. I like that light you have in the background, FP. You have like the internet, light. That's cool, man.
Oh, sure.
I gotta get one of those.
Unless that's a heat lamp.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's just a ring light.
Hey, Mark, what watched your video when you went to the doctor? Are you talking about FP? Yeah, it had to be because I don't remember doing a video from the doctor. So yeah, that's directed to FP.
Wait, what happened?
Mark watched your video when you went to the doctor. Did you get a script for a hearing aid? Oh, so yeah, they're talking about you.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I have to go sometime, I think like September 20th or something for that. And I might have to go for plastic surgery also, which is kind of scary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here, guys, I'm going to put Mike's channel in the chat.
I don't want to become a robot.
Check out his channel.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I think it was just like more of the kind of thing where I wanted to have because I have my own audience, so that if they wanted to jump in and be part of this.
I can talk to you about that too off camera. We could set something.
Well, I'm saying it worked last week.
I know. I don't know why it's not working this week because
He gave me the option.
I have it set so everybody can share their channel.
Where do I do that?
I don't know how you guys did it last time.
It asked me as soon as I came in, as soon as I entered the thing. It asked me, do you want? It didn't ask me this week, and I didn't see any way in the options to do it. So,
yeah, I'll have to play on my settings too, maybe. Okay, so I did ask all of you guys to come up with a topic for like 15 minutes. Now, if we go over the hour because of chat questions, that's great. Like I said, I know last week we did a good 3-hour show, which was awesome, but that was, and I'm like Marcus, he was with us here for the ride home. But yeah, if it goes over an hour, great. If it's let's play because I don't want to. My thought processes, and me and Mike were talking about this off on chat. If it starts getting dragged out, we might lose people. Might get bored. Could happen. But yeah, I asked you guys to come up with a 15-minute topic. Who wants to go first?
Not me.
All right, I'll go first.
No, I had something, but you know what? We're 15 minutes in. We'll just say that I'm done.
All right. Okay, I'll take it next. Now, I don't know if you guys heard in the beginning of the show, we did sell to Ryan K. He just bought a August awareness shirt. What I did is I made a shirt for September, and September is, what do I do with it? Part of it, and you'll see the QR code there. One of the main things about September awareness is National Drug and Alcohol Recovery Awareness. Now, I never did drugs for prescription drugs and like over the counter stuff, but I don't even know if my family knew this. If they're watching, they're gonna know now. Back then, back in like the early 90s, I was a big time drinker. I was considered by stat probably an alcoholic. And let me tell you, it's thinking back, it was not fun at all. You wake up the next day going, where's my money? You're sick, you're puking. Now, what I used to do, like back in the day, I used to work at, well, it's Motorhome now, but no, it was Ertley's. So guys, check out that. I'm put the in the chat for this so we don't block out Mike and Fred. But yeah, so my final thing was about it was I woke up Saturday went out on a bender, liquor like shots, booze, whiskey, you name it. And the next day, I had to take my mom to the cemetery. It was Sunday. I took my mom to the cemetery. So she goes, you're gonna take me. I don't care if you're sick or not. And I was sick. I was puking. I had a blazer at the time. I actually had a bucket in the back seat just in case I had to puke. And that's when I finally decided, like, yeah, this is this is it. I can't do it anymore. And so, luckily, I still lived home with my mom. I was working at Early's, and so by like the fourth day, I'd be going through the dry heaves. Like I'd be like I need beer, and I was drinking water. I was drinking I was trying to drink everything but liquor. I was puking. The DT. I was puking so bad. I thought I was gonna die. It felt like I was gonna die, and by the good graces, it's I was able to eventually not want to drink it anymore, and like now I could go have one beer and leave. I don't need that. Actually, last time I went and had a beer, it actually made me sick. Like I was like, ugh. But yeah, and luckily I didn't have to go to any places for rehab. I rehabbed myself. Is that the smartest thing? Who knows? But yeah, it's something that is a part of my life that made me. I had to walk through hell where I could find peace. And I binged with food. I binged with beer. I binged with I was out of control. But back then I wasn't married. Back then I was making $700-800 a month. Now I'm going back to the 90s when I worked at Early's. They let us have overtime, so I'd pay what bills I had and still have $600 for the week. So I'd go to the bar, buying everybody shots, buying pitchers, and it was a crazy time. Do I regret it? No, because I do regret some of it, but I had to walk through that hell to get where I am today. Like, I feel a lot better. And again, for a good, let's see now, 2 weeks, I've been taking this, I can't remember the name, this depression pill. And that's been helping me a lot. Now, I don't know some people are like, oh, I don't want to be on drugs. And hey, that's their thing. For me, it really helps. It's helping me. Like, I'm actually now getting up. Hang on, I'll answer just one second, Susan. So if people are out there and are alcoholics or in the drugs and you want help, there is help out there. You just have to. I mean, just about everybody has a smartphone right now in today's age. You can Google it on your phone. Go get help. Hey, Fly Guy. No, begins with a B. Bupropion or something like that. Yeah, I can't remember I think bupropion, or that's what it kind of sounds like. Boba Fett. Wait, is that Boba Fett?
Boba Fett.
Yeah, it's Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
Oh, thank you for scanning that QR code, whoever did. I appreciate it. And if you guys support the show, click that QR code up in the left-hand corner. It really helps us. It helps me with the show, keeping everything going. With all the the restream, I got to pay monthly. The website, it helps a lot, and it helps us, me and FP, go on our road trips. But yeah, alcoholism, it's a silent, deadly killer, in my opinion.
In my case, it was never silent. Fred's got wings above his head.
Oh yeah, he does.
I do.
It's
yeah, Jay. I'd like to just say something, man. It takes a lot of courage to admit or come. I mean, even just like kind of face the facts and say, this is kind of how I lived my life at one point. And I went through it, and I did what I could to come out on the other side. So it takes a lot of man, a lot of courage to to share that with your followers. And I think a lot of us probably that find such enjoyment in your content, the videos, the positivity that you spread on YouTube, reviewing local restaurants, home cooking, maybe we don't know that side of Jay, so it just takes a lot of courage, man, to just say, help is out there. Don't be afraid to ask for help. I mean, my wife works in the addiction field.
She's still across the street from me?
No, she's moved on. She's not at that location anymore, but it's a passion that she's kind of found, over the years and stuck with, and she's been able to help a lot of people. But yeah, man, just takes a lot of courage, so we really commend you for that.
There's times I got behind the wheel of the car, and again, I am not proud of this. I should not have made it home.
Yeah.
Mark, yep, the drone channel is still active. It's just with the weather, with my issues, we just haven't had a chance to get out there. Hopefully tomorrow, we were going to go today, but the weather around here was really, really. It started like raining about 3:00. But yeah, we hopefully me and FP can get out there tomorrow. But we'll see.
The weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed.
If not, okay. Damn. Susan writes, Jay, there's a place called All Belgian Waffles. They're located at 80 South Main Street, Wilkes-Barre. Huh. Check that out.
I have heard of that place.
Did you see the link that I sent you?
No, because I have my timer on. I'm watching my time, but I'll check my I'll check it. Let's, yeah, let me
Well,
check.
no, that's what I was going to talk about, though. That's
Is
what I
that
was going to.
Oh, let me see. Now I'm gonna have that in my head. No, I didn't get it. I don't.
Oh, good. Actually, then Fred and Mark, did you guys hear about how Elon Musk has revealed that he has like a secret spaceship?
No.
Yeah,
No,
it's called.
no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I sent Jay the video on Messenger. Maybe he could send it to the show. You guys could watch it. It's
I-
about 20 minutes long.
Yeah, I never got it. FP.
Is that the one that is they're gonna land on the sun?
Oh,
They're gonna what?
Landed on the sun.
I don't know if they're going to the sun.
oh, you know what?
Well, it's okay though. I mean, they're going at night.
I take that back. I did see. I just didn't realize what it was. Yeah, I could share that. Let me get into my
Yeah.
Facebook. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That's gonna be your
anyway,
top. Okay.
like supposedly it's like supposed to be when everybody's like 6 to 8 months ago how everybody was spotting those UFOs everywhere. Well, it turns out it was just that. Because I guess it has like some kind of a stealthy device that it could like disappear into the clouds or whatever. I don't know how they do it.
You know what? I'm going to put that in the chat now. Unfortunately, and I'm sorry if you're watching me on Facebook, you probably might not see unless you're on one of my pages. But I did just put it in the chat. Check that link out. But yeah, it's going back because I still got like three minutes.
I actually thought you were going to say paid subscriber. You were hesitating when you said like pages, and I was like, wait a minute, paid subscriber? We have those?
No. I have a QR code if someone wants to support the show. That's about it. We lost that piece. We lost Fred's video feed. But yeah, I said I don't. I'm not proud of this, but there's times I should not have made it home. Yeah. Back then I had an 82 Pontiac Trans Am T-tops, we're racing down Market Street, shit like that. There he is back. But yeah, I should not be here right now. But something by the graces, whoever you believe in, I am Ollie. Whoever you believe in, I'm still here and here for now. Like I said, every week I look forward to coming on doing the show. I love all you guys being here with me here. It's and we got a comment from Jancy saying that he loved the show last week, and all four of us have this. He sees this like connection all four of us have that brings to the show.
We appreciate that, Jancy. I hope you're feeling better, man. Get well soon.
Yes.
It's
exactly what Fred said.
But yeah, so please, if you feel you're an alcoholic, well, first you have to come to terms with yourself, and that's what took me a long time. I didn't want to admit, like, oh, even I had like, well, Mike there, he told my other friends, dude, you're drinking too much. Nah, no, I'm not. You have to first admit it to yourself and come to terms that you have a problem. Once you do that, then you can move forward to recover. Like I said, me personally, I didn't have to go anywhere. I stayed home. Well, I lived with my mom back in East End, but I stayed home. There's nights where like I'm sitting there like holding myself, like puking, and I feel so bad. Put my mom through that now, thinking back, because she probably took me going, oh my God, what the hell? Because that's after my dad passed away, and it was just me, my mom, my two sisters, but my oldest sister was already out and moving, married. But yeah, so I could honestly say the hell I walked through is make me better today. And again, I'm glad for you guys being out here part of the show. And like I said, when me and FP started this, we didn't know where this was going to go. Not a clue. And now we're over a year now doing Outside the Box. between doing the live show and doing our pre-recorded that we started out with. It's been over a year, and I love all you followers, subscribers, guys that watch, whether you watch, us here or it's the video, the food videos, the wedding video, which I did a wedding last Thursday over in Kirby Park. I did an elopement. So congratulations to them, Heather and Stanley. I don't know if they watch or not.
Now I have a mental picture of somebody getting married, jumping in some kind of like river boat, and like taking off down the Susquehanna, and with like cans banging off like the back of the thing, and the water.
That'd be cool.
That sounds really cool.
And I'd love if anybody's listening out there watching, whoever wants to get married on a train, I'd love to like do a train, like a wedding on a train, like going up to Steamtown. That'd be awesome as hell.
Only if it's a mystery train.
Or even like in front of a boxcar somewhere, like in the back. All right, my 15 minutes are up. Whoever else wants to take next, go ahead.
What about skydiving, Jay? Would you do a skydiving marriage?
Dearly beloved, we're down
How much would it cost a couple to make you jump out of a plane?
Yeah, hell no. You're not even going to get me in a plane.
How much would it cost, Jay?
A good $3 million. That's to consider it. Does any of our followers want to ask me like any questions regarding my addiction? Just put up in the chat. I'll answer as best I can. You guys want to ask me anything?
I will say for the record that drinking Aqua Velva is absolutely disgusting.
Oh.
Mark?
Yeah, Jay. Guys, like with, I remember how excited I was to turn 21,
Yeah.
Just as excited to hit 16 so I can get my license, turn 18, because you're 18, and then it all this excitement about turning 21. And yeah, I had to get it out of my system too, and it took several years, to kind of like come to grips with it and say, I think I'm just kind of over it at this point. It's more trouble than it's worth, really. Exactly. And Jay, like you said, like tomorrow, my family's having a cookout. We're there to have a good time. Like we're all looking forward to it. Maybe I'll have a beer, but you get older, and I don't know, you just kind of realize, like, when to slow down.
Yeah, I might have one this weekend, depending where I end up. If I end up at a cookout somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's funny talking about being 16. Like, when you're 16, it's like, oh, I'm gonna get my license, gonna get a car, and then when you're 18, you're like, oh, I could, well, for me, I was like, thank God school's over. And then like I said, I started drinking. But then like once you turn 21, you're like, well, before you're 20, like, it's part of that is like the thrill of not getting caught. At least for me, it was anyway. Part of it was like, oh, like we'd hang out in like the back alley,
Yeah.
And now you turn 21, you could legally. It's like, okay, where's the fun in that? But yeah. All right. Ooh.
I don't know. When I was 21, I was a functioning drunk and dating a stripper. So, but that's me.
Like, what was cool though? Last week when we were talking, like,
the incognito.
Yeah, like, hanging out with veterans and stuff, like on those,
okay,
important holidays. And I remember last week you were saying, there was maybe a neighbor, a Vietnam vet, that was kind to you and your buddies. Maybe you'd mow the lawn and have a beer with them, like, yeah.
Well, actually, I'd mow the lawn in exchange for getting drunk with the guy, but yeah.
Yeah. So
I won't lie, I still drink. The garbage bin, the recycling guys, I'm sure like wow, you realize this guy puts away like 2 gallons of Yukon Jack every week? You know, that kind of thing. I mean, I sit here. I don't hurt anybody. I mean, obviously, I'm probably hurting myself and my own liver. I don't drive anywhere. I just sit in this room. Basically, when we get done here, I'm going to pour myself a drink, watch YouTube. Gina Marie, same thing. Gina, let's put it this way, and I always say this, and she's going to laugh. This is how I always describe Gina. Gina will drink tequila straight out of the bottle and laugh at you.
Damn.
And that's Gina Marie.
I'm gonna say damn.
Me, I like Yukon, and I'll just sit and sip Yukon until I slump over and fall asleep on the couch, and cats pile on top of me and keep me warm.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, man.
I definitely used up my 15 minutes because the first 15 minutes I was trying to get, now I got diarrhea of the mouth again, and,
That's all right. Fred, you're up. Do you want to talk about, do you have anything specifically you want to talk about?
Yeah, man. I mean, we could even kick it over to FP. I think FP was going to talk a little about Elon Musk and stuff. I just wanted to mention FP. One thing that I did see, those futuristic space cars that they make. Have you guys seen those on the road? I've been seeing them a little bit.
I've never seen one on the road yet. No.
Yeah, I've seen a couple like on the highway. It must be out of state people,
Probably
passing through the area.
Yeah.
But I saw Elon Musk shared something on Twitter the other day. Like a guy has one of those vehicles, and he had a washing machine in the truck bed that was like functioning, like he was doing laundry while he was driving. Because I guess you could plug appliances into the vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Kill your battery.
Yeah. Check Twitter for that one. It was pretty funny.
Oh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah.
My cousin actually owns a Tesla. They're neat. I wouldn't want one, but it's neat. He's also independently wealthy, so.
Yeah.
Susan,
it kind of reminds me.
Oh,
Sorry, guys. Yeah, every time I see one of those Tesla space trucks, it kind of reminds me of the movie Armageddon,
right?
With Bruce Willis. When they're like trying to get onto that asteroid to save it from destroying Earth, and they have that big boxy vehicle. Kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I find it pretty interesting that he's releasing like what he did so far, and like you said, it could do like 4,600 miles an hour, supposedly, which is absolutely ridiculous. That's pretty fast.
So basically, he's like Tony Starking around the world, stopping crime. And
if you think about it, think about this. If he's admitting that it could do 4,600 miles an hour, I'm calling bullshit. I guarantee it can go faster. They're telling us the bare minimum. They don't want us to know the truth.
As far as I know, like the military anyway, will say that the fastest vehicle that they have can move like Mach 11, I think it is, 11 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
So that's pretty quick.
Yeah, that is.
We also have, in the simulation here, one of the constants is the speed of light. You cannot get past the speed of light.
Oh, that's a good one.
So, from what I mean, there's all kinds of different theoretical ways, like the Einstein-Rosen bridge, where you can fold space. Like what was the movie that explored that one? Lawrence Fishburne, Fire in Space, and all that. Event Horizon, where you can. They were like folding space over so that point A and point B, because time and space are interlocked. You know what? I'm not even gonna. I'll talk the rest of the hour if I start going here. So.
Right. Well, that's pretty interesting, Ro.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the speed; it's how you get there.
like I heard one theory. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I heard if we were able actually to reach the speed of light, is when if you're nearing the speed of light, that's when time slows down. If you reach the speed of light, that's when time stops. If you go past the speed of light, that's when you can travel back in time. I don't know. That makes sense if you think about it, I guess.
That is very true. In fact, when you because of the acceleration to get into space, and when you start moving away from the Earth's gravity, time starts to move slower.
Yeah.
The International Space Station constantly has to recalibrate its time to be in sync with what's on Earth, because time and gravity are related. Time actually gets dragged down by gravity.
Yep.
If you stand next to the Great Pyramid, your wristwatch is going to run. It's not going to be like you're not going to, oh my God, it's running.
No, it's like a millisecond or something, yeah.
Right. It's going to be like milliseconds slower because the Great Pyramid is actually dragging against the time around you. My favorite idea, I don't like to use the word theory. My favorite idea about time is that time is actually motionless. Time is still, and we're actually moving through it rather than it moving or it being in motion. We move through time. Time stays still, and that makes more sense to me than anything.
No, it does, yeah. Oh, pretty cool.
Ask Jason; he'll probably remember when you start getting into physics and astronomy. I used to lecture on it in junior high school and stuff like that. And once you get me talking about this stuff, you can't shut me up.
You guys ever see Interstellar?
Yeah.
Is that Floyd concert they did with
Matthew McConaughey?
Oh. Interstellar Overdrive, Floyd. The Floyd.
Interstellar Overdrive. Yes. Interstellar. Mind-blowing movie. Time travel. Contact. Jodie Foster. Another good.
Yeah, her experience lasted.
Also.
I love that her experience lasted like a tenth of a second. In time.
Yeah. Dude, how about the cameo by wasn't it Busey's son in that movie that plays the finale?
Jake Busey.
Jake Busey. Yeah, he
who's also albino somehow.
Yeah. Great movie.
And also plays an excellent psychotic.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Because he's not really playing. He just inherited his father's insanity.
Yeah. You could see it on his face. He's just he is that psycho kind of, mindset.
Crazy Buddy Holly, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Buddy Holly gone batshit nuts.
Yeah. Buddy Holly on bath salts.
There you go. I like that. I'm gonna use that somewhere.
Hey Pete, how you doing? I don't know if y'all can check to see the chat, but Pete put the last.
I can't see the chat. I'm sorry.
That's Pete. Pete said the last Mimsy. That movie I guess you were talking about, or thought you were talking about.
Wait, what did he say?
The Last Mimsy. When you guys were talking about a movie, he put in the chat The Last Mimsy. I heard of it, but I never saw that movie. Right. So I want to take a quick second to interrupt and say thank you to the 13 that have been watching us for the last 10 to 15 minutes. We were up to 16 people. We're now at 13. So thank you to everyone who is hanging out with us tonight.
You know what else I've been watching? I've been watching what was it? There was some new stuff about what's his name? The Zodiac Killer. The one I guess some TikToker is claiming that it's his grandfather. Which that's kind of cool. I don't buy that story though. I think it was Lee Arthur Allen. That's what I think it was. That guy was a freaking creep, dude. Even in the movie, they have it like it's pushing like it was him. It's him. It's him. You know. I don't know. I like unsolved crimes like that.
Tonight, Grandma didn't
Yeah.
get run over by a reindeer after all. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
How about the DB Cooper story? You guys familiar with that one, DB Cooper?
Sounds familiar.
There's a couple videos on YouTube you could check out there. Just the Cliff Notes version is he was like a mystery man. You know, there's all these theories on who he was. You know, people have
Oh,
claimed
okay.
to know his identity and stuff like that, but he
Jumped out of the plane with
hijacked.
all the money.
Yeah,
Okay.
he basically hijacked a plane. You know, under pretenses that he had a bomb on board. You know, and demanded all this ransom if the plane didn't land where he wanted it to, and then he parachuted out. Yeah, it's a pretty mind-blowing
Yeah,
kind of
that's a good
case.
one.
Yep.
Chancey says the hijacker.
How high
DB
was he?
Cooper.
I don't know. I'll have to ask Chancey. DB Cooper's jumped from the plane.
Yes. In fact,
Yep.
some of the money got incinerated somehow. It was actually on Pawn Stars. Somebody came in with like a few of the bills that were, proven to be part of his heist.
Yeah.
Trying to
Yeah.
sell them.
Yeah, I think there were bills found on a beach. I think
By a
this all happened
family.
by a family. They were like walking and they found, all this old currency, and it was like the marked bills that it's an interesting case.
Then there are those three cats that escaped from Alcatraz, which, if you remember the Clint Eastwood movie, it was based on real life.
Yeah.
And they never turned up.
See, stuff like that could never happen again, though, in these days. Like, too many cameras now. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, just look at the last, was it 6? Well, no, probably, I don't know, it feels like 6 months, but it was longer, maybe a year. The guy who kind of shimmied himself up the side of the wall in one of the local things.
Oh, that was in Philly.
Oh, was it in Philly? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was on the loose for about 2 weeks.
Yeah. He just somehow shimmied himself up and
Yeah.
left.
Pretty sure that guy was just in court like yesterday or the day before. I just saw it on the news this week that he was in court, for that escape. And, they showed the footage of the state police, like, going through the woods, canvassing the area, trying to find him. He did that like crazy crab walk up the wall.
Yep.
Oh, that Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Alcatraz was the movie with Clint Eastwood.
I have it on DVD, actually. It's a really good film. I used
like
to.
The Rock better. The Rock is one of my favorite movies.
The Rock.
Welcome to The Rock.
From the dawn of time we came, moving silently down through the centuries.
Stanley Goodspeed.
Susan, I hope your husband's doing good. Just wanted to just throw that in there because Susan's husband is recouping too. Is rehabbing, recouping.
Yeah, that was a weird character he played.
I wanted to ask Fred if that's a Masonic Viewmaster behind him in the green over his left shoulder.
So, what I'm kind of thinking of doing, like, I have a ton of music posters, and I'm thinking, like, if I do you guys weekly or as often as possible, I'd like to have like a different poster behind me every week. So
There
this
you go.
one is just one of my favorite bands. They're called Secret Machines. I saw them several times. A lot of my tattoos are based on their album covers and stuff. So that's a poster from a show I went to in 2006.
Oh, nice.
Got the poster on eBay. Didn't matter what the price was. I was just like, I have to have that because I was there and that was the best show I've ever seen. So, yeah, it's a Secret Machines concert poster.
That's awesome.
Oh, Benjamin. Benjamin, thank you for watching. It's I think it's the first time you chimed in because unless you didn't, I just never saw your name. Benjamin put, you guys think? Here's a question from Benjamin. Excuse me. Do you guys think there's any chances that there are many different species of humans, and some are far more evolved than others?
Yes.
No, don't even. There's lizard people.
Short
I
answer.
actually just rewatched Prometheus a few days ago, which is like a prequel to the Alien movies.
Oh yeah, I
guys
saw
aren't
that.
familiar.
Yeah, it's a
And
good
there's
film.
this whole great film. I mean, there's a whole kind of beginning phase of prior to the Sigourney Weaver Alien.
Really? Is that how they're doing that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
prequel.
Okay.
Yep.
Technically, you could say Alien versus Predator is a prequel.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that was a good franchise. People,
They were
though.
cool.
Lizard people.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, and
back in what was it? Late 80s, mid late 80s. That show V. But they were like lizards or whatever they were underneath the skin. You could pull the skin out and you see like a lizard or whatever it was.
Benjamin, check out the 42nd
You talking
chromosome.
about the slice flash?
Benjamin probably already knows what I'm talking about here, but on the human being's 42nd chromosome, there is an inexplicable fusion there that can only be. We basically jumped a million years in evolution because of a gene splice that exists on the 42nd human chromosome. There's no reason for it to be there. It's not natural, and the only explanation for it is basically
Slacks.
we're basically living in a petri dish. You're a gene spliced. I'm a gene spliced being having an experience. Another good person to read is the works of Zechariah Sitchin, Sitchen. That's a lot of where the gene splicing comes from.
8 different human species.
I
I
wouldn't
would
believe
like
that.
to hear everyone. What are the species? I want to know all 8.
well,
I believe.
Benjamin, are you familiar with the Anunnaki? The Anunnaki, or
Well, if you're at Sitchin, you have to be.
yeah. Well, Mike, I was going to say Sitchin's work, or his name rather, comes up a lot. I watch a lot of Ancient Aliens.
Okay.
I'll just admit it. I don't love the show, but it's always on, so I'll watch it.
Hatcher Childress is my favorite. We used to make a drinking game out of Hatcher Childress.
Yeah.
Every time that he says some kind of, you have to take a drink. And I guarantee by the end of the show, you will be smashed.
You'll be feeling good. Yeah.
Some kind of, and it's like Vimana. And it's just his voice. I don't know. I think it's, and the other guy, the one with the crazy hair, Tsoukalos.
Yeah, Giorgio Tsoukalos.
Yeah, he's always extra. He can't find the R in extra. He's always extraterrestrials.
Yeah. I was thinking if my hair continues to grow, which once I hit like 30, it just kind of stopped. But if I could grow my hair through Halloween, I might try to be Giorgio Tsoukalos for Halloween this year.
Oh, there you go.
Like blow my hair out and just kind of have this crazed look in my eyes. Yeah,
he does
might
do
be my
that.
Halloween costume.
I mean, he like uses moose to achieve that.
Yeah,
I heard him talking about it once. He's also married to a model, so I'm dead serious. I mean, the guy used to promote like MMA and stuff. If you could believe that.
Giorgio Tsoukalos.
Extra fighting ability. Then you got shoulders on the side, some kind of death grip.
Childress. Nick Pope from the British Ministry of Defense.
Oh, the guy that sounds like Robin Lee.
Yeah.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Right.
Lifestyles of aliens.
Nick Pope.
Drone alone.
Yeah.
One of our T-shirts, Drone Alone NEPA.
Jay did that to shut us up.
No.
You could have just said pineapple juice.
Favorite pizza topping that is not.
I believe if you're talking actual human species, Benjamin, indigenous to this planet, it would have to be 5 or 7, and there's a reason for that. Read up on Manly Hall. He would say that there are 5 races of men, 2 unknown. Just because like there are 5 senses, 2 unknown, everything moves in 5 and 7. And if you know masonry, or if you know Hermeticism, you know what I'm talking about. So there are 5 races that are known, 2 that are unknown, and it's not going to be an 8. If anything, it would be a 9. It's not going to move in an even number like that. Favorite pizza topping that is not a pepperoni is meatball. Meatball.
I just had last night a place called, and the video will be up within the next probably week or so. Brazzi's Pizzeria over Main Street in Edwardsville. It's a cash-only takeout joint. But I got their sweet sauce with their sausage and onions, and let me tell you, it was delicious. It was really good, and not that I hate pepperoni. I can't stand pepperoni because not that I don't mind eating it. Everybody I know, let's get pizza. What do you put on pepperoni? Pepperoni. An old roommate of mine, when she would get pizza, it'd always be freaking pepperoni. I'm like, I'm just so sick of pepperoni. So yeah, thank you, Benjamin. Not pepperoni.
I like how we go from quantum physics to what's your favorite pizza, not topping, not pepperoni. That's this show, man. This is just everybody's feeling good Saturday night, like anything goes.
FTC something.
What do you got there, FP?
Pepperoni.
There it is.
Pepperoni. Today I was over my one sister's house, and I was with my oldest. I have an older sister. I have an oldest sister. Well, all 3 of us were actually at one place at one time. Doesn't happen too often anymore. And my sister had a loaf of Italian bread. So what she do? My other sister cut down the bread, buttered it, put it on a bacon sheet, put mozzarella cheese, shredded mozzarella, tomato, a slice of, because my sister has tomatoes out the yank from their garden, put a slice of tomato on each, put mozzarella cheese, a slice of onion, and then garlic, so seasoned it with a bunch of different stuff. I tell you, that was good. And she baked for 15 minutes.
Did you make a movie?
And that was really good.
That sounds good.
Fred, when did he make a movie? I didn't see that movie.
Yeah, it came out a couple years before Bell.
Okay, that one.
Yeah. I think it's still on Netflix. If not, you could watch it on YouTube. But
no,
yeah,
I agree. That was a
Lazar.
good one. Do you think he worked there, or do you think he was
Dude,
I'll tell you that. Sorry,
Go ahead, Mikey.
Thank you. I'm a government employee. I have a government ID. One of the things after he left S1, he showed his government ID, and I will tell you, I froze that frame, looked it over, and we all of us, every federal employee, we all have the same ID. It's uniform across every agency. I work for I work for Social Security, but a CIA badge looks the same as mine. It'll just say
It's just a badge it's like a badge with a swiper on the back, right?
He had an old one.
Like that's what I had. I'm not saying I got a special clearance, but I used to work up at the airport, so I had access to the ramp. So I had a swipe card to get out there.
Okay, was it issued by TSA?
FFA the FFA.
Okay, FFA. Again, government agency. Every badge is identical.
Your picture, your name, stuff
the
like
old
that.
ones, the old ones are color coded. His had a color coding on it. I forget what it was. Part of it was it was like part of like what your clearance was. Like mine was green.
Right.
I have a Q clearance, which means I have top secret clearance, but it's top secret need to know. Like they're not going to show me files from S1 being a GS6 who works for Social Security because I don't have any need to know that.
Right.
But at the same time, they don't have a need to know somebody's Social Security number and date of birth. That I would need to know. It's like it's done in levels, but it's all on. Was I right about the good?
Here it is. That's pretty much what mine looked like.
That's the old ID. I had one of those years ago.
Yep. Mine was on a lanyard, and you had to swipe it through the code reader.
Yeah.
Yep.
They've come out with new ones now. They're chipped and everything. They're like, the new ones have chips on them and everything. But like I said, across every agency, the IDs are identical. They look the same. It's coded differently and it's printed differently, like what agency you work for. And that's what impressed me about Lazar. It's like, okay, that's a genuine government ID.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a great movie, documentary, really. But then I followed some interviews that he's done, and some of the people that are kind of in his corner, like verifying some of the things that he says and kind of rooting for him. And I don't know, man. I'm all in. I'm all in. That's what I'm going to say.
I just think it's weird how I think it is where he went to school. Like they're claiming he never went there. Like,
right.
Come on.
They're just trying to erase him. They're trying to wipe him. Yeah. Pretty compelling stuff. Great movie.
Yep, indeed.
I was going to mention too for Benjamin, Billy Graham. Check out some of Billy Graham's stuff. He's pretty active on YouTube.
The wrestler?
He was just on
Superstar.
No, he was just on the Rogan podcast not long ago. He's like kind of a scientist, ancient historical kind of theorist. Like some of his theories are just.
There's also the Reverend Billy Graham. He was like a televangelist.
Right. Let me make sure I got the name correct here. Maybe it's not Billy Graham. There might be a different.
Graham Hancock.
He's good too. I like him too. Let me get the name corrected here. I'm going to fact check myself here.
So, guys, what are you guys doing for Labor Day? You guys having a cookout or cooking on the grill or anything like that?
I'll probably be asleep on the couch most of the day.
Actually,
True.
It's going to be weird, like having 3 days off in a row. I'm not used to that.
Oh, I do it all the time. I don't have the energy to go to work 5 days.
Actually, you know what? I've got a question for you. And I hate to ask on air, but you said you work for Social Security, right?
Usually, yeah.
My son's check never came today. Is it because of the holiday?
Hey, geez. Hey, all I do is process forms, man. I get into this conversation a lot. People call me up and, where's my check? It's like, dude.
No, I figured you might know because of the holiday or something. I don't expect you to know where it is.
The Beatles. I don't know. Like I said, I process forms. You have a question about how to answer, how to respond to any SSA form? Give me the form number, SSA-L790. I know how to fill that form out. I know how to process that form. But as far as when a check's coming or going, I no clue. Sorry.
No, it's cool. I was just curious.
You've heard that your government is compartmentalized. That's very true. My little compartment is forms, and beyond that, I don't know much, and they don't want me to know much.
Yeah, that's how they work you.
Susan is adding something.
Oh yeah, extra cheese, extra sauce.
Oh, she put mozzarella and shredded mozzarella and then something else. Now that I forget what it was now. Mozzarella and shredded cheddar. I don't know. But it was really good though. Billy Carson.
Yeah.
Oh,
Billy Carson. I just had kind of a moment of clarity there. I don't know why I said Billy Graham.
You were thinking wrestling, superstar Billy Graham back in the day. But
Billy Carson, check out his stuff. He's really, really smart. He's great.
Wanted to announce this purring little girl is still up for adoption.
What a cutie.
Oh.
I know the cats around here will miss her horribly because some of them get very nurturing. Some of them, they just love to play with a baby because the baby's so playful. In fact, I can hear them crying back there. Where is she? But yeah, just another public service announcement. We run an unofficial cat rescue here, and her name is Sweetie. She's up for adoption. She was the victim of a house fire.
oh,
She got out of it. Okay, but her owner was forced to move into a very small apartment where they don't allow pets. So that's how Sweetie came to us. And she was around kids for a while. She's very good with children. She's very good with other animals. Well, at least cats we know of. I don't think she'd have problems with dogs.
No, I didn't see chime in. Maybe he's working like last week. But Marcus, we didn't see Marcus chime in yet. So I didn't see him.
Oh yeah. Where's Marcus?
But remember last week he was on his way home from work. Like, I'm almost home, guys. Stay on the line. Stay on the air.
Yeah.
Oh. It's and I haven't seen Avenger 6 pop around either. He'll text me once in a while, but I haven't seen him here. But he's also in Texas, so he's also an hour behind us. So he's probably only 9 o'clock there, so he's God knows where he's at. So Avenger, if you're watching, listening, what's going on? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do some burgers, hot dogs, Labor Day, just chilling out. And actually, it's kind of cool. This last week and this week coming up, I'm actually I'm actually overseeing a training class at work, and so basically all I do for 8 hours is we watch a chat, me and another person. We watch a chat, and if the new reps have any questions or can't figure out something, that's when we come and say, okay, do this, or this. But yeah, so this week I was kind of like a high boss, not a boss, but like a team lead person. I was like, cool. Don't have to take phone calls all week, which is even more awesome. Yeah.
Jay, you pretty much work the same hours like every week. Like, are you on like an 8 to 4:30 kind of schedule, or?
Yeah, I'm generally always I'm normally 8 to 4:30, but with like something like training, I'm 9 to 5:30, which is only an hour difference, which is no biggie. Um,
Yeah.
because from like 5 to 5:30, 5 o'clock the line closes, the line shuts off, so that's our meeting time, 5 to 5:30. Um, so when the next week when they go back, or 2 weeks from now when they go back, when they come out of nesting, it's called nesting, and go onto the floor, they'll be like either 8 to 4:30 or 8:30 to 5. That's our 2 shifts.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm on an 8 to 4:30 myself. Um, it's not bad. You know, most days go by pretty quick. Most weeks go by quick actually, and yeah, but you got to be flexible. You know, working from home. I know you guys know how that goes. You know, sometimes you're up at 6 a.m. You're signing on early, working a 10-hour day. It's just kind of whatever's needed.
Shit, that's late. Back when I was at the airport, my start times were 4:45 a.m.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I was working 4 to 5, or 4 to 1. That's an early start.
man. Did you do like air traffic control FP? Like were you like out on the runways? Like,
Not on the runway. I was on the ramp. But yeah, I was the one that like guide you in and like parked the planes and stuff, unloaded the
wow,
planes,
dude.
cool.
Wow.
de-iced the planes, all that shit. Yeah.
Wow. Man.
You know the
How about
scariest
like
part? On a CRJ 200, I could actually start one of those fuckers up. I remember how to start one of them up. Because we
man.
used to have to, in the wintertime, you have to put the heater hoses on, and you have to turn the APU on. Once you turn that APU on, the engines come out quick and easy.
FPV stealing an airplane.
Yeah.
Only a CRJ 200.
Oh, okay.
So FP, like during your time there, you know, I know sometimes like presidential candidates will use our airport. Um,
Yeah.
you know, I grew up in the Pittston area, so you know, we'd go out on the front yard, see if we could see like Air Force One sometimes flying over. Like, were you working, you know, when dignitaries were landing and stuff? Did you see a lot of famous
I
people?
think I was there when Obama came through and when Hillary came through. And when they
Oh,
landed, it was on lockdown. Nobody could go outside. You had to stay inside. You couldn't even go out like in the baggage area. You had to stay under. You had to stay in the ops area. That's what it was. The ops area.
yeah, yeah, man. For
Oh,
any for any football fans out there, my dad and I met Tom Landry at the Avoca Airport back in the '90s. He coached the Dallas Cowboys. We're Cowboys fans in my family. I was like 7 or 8 years old. We went up and he got off his plane. He was coming into town to speak to Boy Scouts or something, like to give a motivational speech. And we went up and he autographed some footballs and stuff. And we got a picture with Tom Landry. That was pretty cool. Old memory I have of being at the airport.
Yeah, I miss it up there.
I was remember I was when they were coming in when the dig like back when Obama even in was it 2020 when Trump was coming in. I'd be coming back from TMG out in Jessup and like literally everything shut down. It's like, oh Jesus goddamn. It's like, oh man.
Oh yeah, they
I
don't
don't
mess
know.
around. Like literally, the whole airport, everything shuts down. The ramp. There's no baggage carts can move. And when they say that they have snipers, they literally put snipers all around, like surrounding the airport in the mountains. They hide the snipers in the mountains. That's crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, it's amazing how they shut down the highways and stuff too, right? Like you probably couldn't get
Oh
home
yeah.
from Jessup.
Oh, it took
Yep.
Yeah.
me And don't really.
Yeah, because as soon as he lands, they shut 81 north down if he's going to Scranton, and south if he's going down to Wilkes-Barre. They shut everything down. It's crazy.
Here.
And back where my office used to be, you had to take the KC to 81. Like there's really the only other way was going the back roads, and that would take you like literally like 2 hours. Well, not 2 hours, but like a good hour and a half to go all the way through all the little towns and come up in through Pittston. But it's like really. Everybody's like, oh, so and so's coming, so and so's coming. I'm like, I'd be like putting like whoopee on. These people have me stuck on 81. I'm sitting here going nowhere. Like thank God I had like a half tank of gas. I'm sitting there going, oh Jesus.
I'm just looking at Jancy's comment here. Yeah, Jance, you're right. That was so. This would have been like probably 94, 93 or 94. So after Jerry Jones fired Landry. So at the end of his era, that's when he came in and he was giving speeches, and that's when we met him, like in the early '90s. It was amazing. My father was so happy to meet him. I mean, my dad's been a Cowboys fan forever, so it was just amazing. Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's doing the wave.
Mike's feeling good.
He's either drowning or he's signaling for help.
No, just gabapentin.
Mike, you got to understand that's mine for I'm drowning.
Really?
You got to be careful. Like I'm drowning. There you go.
FP's drowning in pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice.
There's not enough pineapple juice in this world to drown me, Jay.
How you doing, Matt? What's going on? Thanks for watching. Appreciate it.
That's my brother, by the way. That Matt P is my brother.
Oh,
Matt P.
Yeah.
Hello, brother Matt.
What's up?
He's got a little.
We got a little family action going on here. I got my bro tuning in. He's a big fan too, Jay, and FP. And yeah, man, just appreciate you, welcoming me on and stuff. It's great to hang out with you guys. It really quite the highlight of my weekend. So appreciate it.
Like now, I look forward like Saturday night. Oh, it's time for the show. Even the GF, she's like, hey, call me after the show. I'm definitely gonna do the show. It's like I look forward to coming here every Saturday night, kicking on, doing the show. Like Friday nights, I usually I'll do a food review, or we'll go paranormal hunting. Saturday afternoon, I'll sit there, I'll edit the video to put up for whatever when it's coming up. And tonight we got the show. And that's my weekend. And it's like I look forward to. I was telling the GF this. I'm like, it's something that me and FP started that never expected to go this far. Never expected it. And like I said, Jancy every Saturday, Jancy goes, what's on the agenda? And Jancy and Bella's Gammer been watching for me since day one.
You have to attend Bilderberg to know what's on the agenda. Sorry.
It's but it's so it's like
I don't think my brother likes us.
You don't think you're
I don't think my brother likes me and the kids because a few weeks ago he bought one of these little signs at like a yard sale. It says this.
Dude, that's great.
Oh wow. SSA is ass spelled backwards.
Yeah, I had to forget when he puts it up it's backwards, so I'd like, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, but you get the gist.
The ass family.
Yeah. And it's hanging right there on our porch for the mailman to see it. Maybe that's why I didn't get my mail today.
My mail keeps finding me.
Yeah, unfortunately, mine finds me. It's mostly like bills.
That's what I meant.
It's always bills.
Yeah,
Nothing but bills.
can't be like a check for like a couple $1,000s.
No.
We overtaxed you. Let's give you a refund. Shit, yeah, no, it's not, never.
I actually had one of those recently. Well, it
Actually,
wasn't recently.
Actually, I did too, but it wasn't for like taxes. When
There
I
you
bought,
go.
when I bought my Forte, I guess they
Maybe you need to get a new freaking thing, dude.
they charged for something that either they shouldn't have or they overcharged me. So I got like a nice check back. I was
Well,
like, cool.
I got an email not too long ago, and it was saying to me, "Hey, we sent you a check for like $1,300. That was 2 years ago. Why didn't you cash it?" Oh, so I'm like going through because I have stacks of mail. Like I throw mail into like shopping bags and stuff because I don't want to deal with it half the time. Well, anyway, I start going through the shopping bag. It's like, it took me about an hour, but holy shit, there it is. Yeah, it was from my mortgage company. Like that, they took too much out for escrow, and they wrote me a check for $1,300. It's like, oh my god. So I still kind of have that in the bank. Huh?
Did they let you cash it? Like, or they have to send you like a new?
Oh
check?
yeah, no. It's even after 2 years, it was still good.
Nice.
Yeah, I never had a 90-day expiry or anything on it. So yeah, I was able to cash it. It's like taught me a lesson. I mean, anytime I get something from my mortgage company, I open it now. But,
Yeah, just in case it's more money.
what's stupid? I mean, it happened once before. I should have seen it was from my mortgage company and just I don't know. I'm a very disorganized person, basically. I mean, just look around here.
It's like, oh, I was waiting for my. And the only reason why I opened it, I was waiting for my my registration card for the new car to come in. And when I bought my K5 from Motor World, they sent me my registration and not the DOT. So I'm like, oh, maybe this is the registration for the car because I was waiting for it. I'm like, wow, check, nice, cool. But yeah, always when you fight, it's
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, nowadays when you open the mail, it's
Usually
bills and election junk.
It's like,
Vote
oh,
for this one. Vote for it's all that.
or it's like, hey, here's a bill you owe them, your credit card company, a couple $100, and they want, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Or you get they'll give you because years ago I had Capital One, but after me and my wife divorced, I got rid of all credit cards. All I have is my debit card, my PayPal card. I don't have any major credit. I'm like, no, because then you can get yourself in trouble. But I'll get now that I'm making, because for a while I outright owned my old car, so I had no credit because my credit just stopped, and so now when I started making car payments, we approved you for $1,000 from Capital One, or and that's when you have up to $500 for this. I'm like, rip, no, because I know the minute I get one, I'll just and I'll just pay it back, and I'll just pay it back later, and you forget. Then your $200, you're like $50, charge now like $500. Going, what the hell? Yeah. Yeah, Matt, everything's going good. We're here every Saturday night, living it up, doing the show. Yeah. And but yeah.
Oh, Jay, we watched your Hawaiian pizza review from Rocks 52, man. I mean, I've ordered that 2 or 3 times past couple months. What a great pie. That's a great Hawaiian pizza.
It is. And did you go to Rock 52?
Yeah, I've been there a few times, just for takeout though. But yeah,
Even like at the, so I'm trying to be nonchalant while I have my cat, like, so with the video,
Yeah.
what's he doing? And they're like, I'm trying to be discreet, nonchalant. So the one server goes, "Are you filming?" Yeah. Oh, cool. Give us a shout out. That's right. That's when I gave him a shout out. And I'm getting ready to leave. I'm like, "Yo, can I, do you need anything else?" No, no, I'm good. Just to check. Well, the owner, who's like the head cook, comes out with those little pastry things, and I'm like, so, I'm looking at this and I could like just feel my sugar like just going right through the roof. But and then like, so I try when I'm like, they just came out of the oven, so they were warm. They had the chocolate sauce, the powdered sugar, and I'm like, oh my god, this is good. And yeah, so if Rock 52 is watching it all, thank you guys again. But the thing with like down there, and I've been there like last year too. Like the service never changed. Like even this poor girl, they were packed. She was running her butt off, and still trying to keep everything in sync. And they had to bring out another girl to help because they just got pounded. And but yeah, if Mike, if you and Gina ever want to try, go down to Rocks 52 down in Main Street in Plymouth. Like and they have like Italian dishes and this. And I was like, wow. And price wise, they're pretty reasonable in price.
Cool.
Yeah. Huge menu. Like the menu goes on for days. I mean, you could get like anything. They have it all.
Generally, when it comes to Italian food, I prefer my own. So I'm actually I'm a pretty good cook. I lived on my own for quite a few years, so you end up being a good cook when that's the case.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
For that year of the pandemic, like 52 weeks, man, I had a cooking show every week. And Fred can says that he watched them all from what you told me anyway.
I sure did. Every one of them, dude. No joke.
People are
kept us going.
People ask me like, how come we don't do any cooking shows anymore? I've done so many. I'm like, what do I do next? Like Pepper. What do I do next? But I think when I tried what my sister made, I think I'm gonna do that in the show because that was actually pretty good. But yeah,
So you think maybe like in the colder months, like you think you might get back into
probably
doing some home cooking shows?
Yeah, because once the weather
once you're like cooped up inside, that's like something to keep you going.
But yeah, it's got to a point where that year of the pandemic, I'm like, all right, what do I do next? But you know what? Someone commented here. He was on the show here too. The time I did pita, I called it pita. Like it was like just basically like pita bread pizza, and I'm looking like I got this pita. Like why did I buy? I even forgot why I was gonna buy it, but I bought them like it was like a 4-pack. So I'm like, what the hell do I do with this? So I'm like, well, I got tomato sauce, I got some cheese. And back then it was funny because someone made the comment. I think I'm back in the 80s before I got my air fryer. I had a toaster oven, and that I bought for like $10 at Kmart when Kmart was still open. And so I'm using a toaster oven, and they're laughing and going, "Toaster oven." Oh, there's the mean dog. It's
I found a toaster oven in my house when I bought it. I'm using it right now.
It's I like the toast, but I also like the air fryer. I love doing bacon in the air fryer. It's I've been on a baking kick lately, and So yeah, so I did pita, I did the sauce, the cheese, and made pita bread pizza. And I was like, wow, it's actually like turned out pretty good for just something on the fly. And it's I'm just reading the chat, catch up on the chat. It's yeah, back when it starts to get a little cold, I'll start doing more stuff, more cooking stuff. I want to get a new air fryer. I want to upgrade my air fryer. Probably still go with a Power XL, but now they have the one like see mine's still where you turn the dial going. That was has the digital crap. Probably maybe I'll buy it. Maybe I'll get one. I'll buy one for my Christmas present to myself. Because yeah, the Power XL I got from Walmart, and that was on sale for like 150. And that was back a couple years ago.
Okay, maybe like Amazon, like Black Friday. You know how they do the Black Friday sales? Maybe maybe there'll be like a good deal on like a newer air fryer, like for the Amazon Black Friday.
Yeah,
Or like Target, Walmart, any of those places. You'd probably find one at like a good price.
Sam's Club, like my one buddy. It was identical to the Emerald Lagasse air fryer when he bought when his came out, but it just didn't say Emerald Lagasse, and it was like like almost like $100 cheaper than what Lagasse was selling at that time. Oh, good night, Susan. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Good night.
Yeah. But yeah, it's and Susan's been a follower of mine since literally day one too.
Stop barking at me.
What was that, FP? Oh,
No, dog's barking.
yeah, dogs bark. They do that.
Quick bark.
Mine's sleeping. She's hanging out on the bed sleeping. It's but yeah, I think I got a pack of the Sabret hot dogs with the Martin's buns. So I think either maybe it's Monday I'll do the hot dogs. I got a pack of ribs from Garrity's, and I want to I want to do some ribs. Maybe I'll do ribs tomorrow. I don't know.
Jay, I have a question for you, man. I know you like chili, like a good chili dog. How about sauerkraut? Are you into sauerkraut on a hot dog?
Yeah, and actually, you want to hear something?
Yeah.
Want to hear something funny? When they opened Sheetz in Wyoming here, for the first week, man, it's like, oh, I don't feel like food. I'll just go to Sheetz. And Sheetz being just like a basically convenient hot dog, which basically
they're pretty good.
They are good. And I'm like, let me try their sauerkraut dog just for giggles. And their sauerkraut has actually like a little sweet, kind of like a sweet taste behind it. So maybe when they cook it, they do it in maybe brown sugar. That's what I was used to. When I used to do sauerkraut, I'd make back when I was married. And if I knew in summertime, if I knew my mother-in-law was coming over, my mom was coming over, I do dogs in the pot of kraut with brown sugar, and it gave that nice sweet taste through it.
Yeah, kind of balanced it out. Yeah.
You know who also doesn't have a bad sauerkraut? Wiener World. You ever go to Wiener World? Down the road from me, Wiener World.
Is that in West Pittston or Exeter?
That's West Pittston. It's actually
West Pittston.
Yeah, I gotta get there.
If you go past Antonio's and it's maybe a block or two down the road on the right.
Yeah, man, I wanna get there.
Oh, by the way, between Matt P's Avatar, and Jay talking about brown sugar. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I see how you connected the dots there. That's cool. Now it's stuck in my head.
Oh, Pete loves Wiener World. I didn't know Pete was close by.
Actually, that's Werner World.
Now, Jay, at Wiener World, like, if you go get a Coney Island dog up in Scranton, I know some of the places up that way, like they'll slice the dog in half, and they'll give it to you on like almost like a
As he's
hamburger
letting the
bun.
dog in the house. Sorry.
You know what I'm talking about, Jay? Like you get that like Texas wiener, whatever they call it. Like they cut it in half for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nardone's down here on the other side of me and FP. Nardone's restaurant, they have a banging good chili dog, and they do that too. They slice it, which at first I thought that was weird. I'm like, why would? But a lot of places actually do that. Majestic Lunch over in Pittston, they do that. They slice it, and Wiener World has a good sauerkraut. Nardone's has a good chili dog. They have a good chili dog, and slicing it. At first, I was like, "This is weird," but it's it makes the place unique. However they do it. When me and FP went down to Yakko's, they just do flat out grill, like boom grill, and Yakko's was good. I like Yakko's.
Yeah, that's a good place.
It's actually, I think, if I remember correctly, the original Abe's Hot Dogs on South Main Street, didn't they slice down the middle with their dogs too?
I don't know, because they don't do it anymore. I don't know. I never.
I mean, that's one thing that, believe it or not, like Wilkes-Barre retained somehow. We still have lunch counters because that's what Abe's is. Abe's is a lunch counter.
Right.
Then there's a place right up the street in Lee Park, which I don't know if anybody out there knows the history of Lee Park. Go on Wikipedia or somewhere and check it out. There's a real interesting reason why it's called Lee Park Avenue. There was actually like polo and racing grounds over there, and they called it Lee Park after one of the residents. I love local history, so. But yeah, there's a lunch counter. I can't think of the name of it. It's on it's right before Lee Park Ave, before Barney Street turns into Lee Park. It's Barney Street Lunch. There's actually like an old-fashioned lunch counter there.
Barney Street Lunch. That's
on Barney Street.
It's not Ferris's, is it?
Yeah, like Ferris's and Abe's and stuff. Is that like?
Maybe it is Ferris.
Because Ferris,
they're like next door.
Ferris's have the old counter still. Ferris's
I'm just saying, like most towns lost that. Like lunch counters are gone. I remember Woolworths had a lunch counter. Boscov's Boston store had a lunch counter.
Boscov's had like a little restaurant in their basement.
So did JCPenney's. And people always forget about JCPenney's having and Kmart. Kmart off of 309 had you can get pizza and like at the very front of the store. Actually, when I was a kid, it was in the back of the store where the men's department was later on. But they had a restaurant in there for the longest time. I used to get a slushie every time I went to Kmart when I was a kid.
Me too.
Remember Kmart had the their pre-made hoagies, which I always thought they were pretty good. Sicilian Bella has a good. Sicilian Bella, it's the owner's wife that makes the chili, and her name's Renee. Shout out to Sicilian Bella. They got a good dog too. They got they also have a kick-ass pork barbecue sandwich. I don't know if he has it all the time, but every time you'll see, like I'll put on Facebook, pork barbecue, and I've had it, and his sauce is good too.
What do you guys think of the half circle? You guys go to the half circle in Hanover Township
I
for
haven't
barbecues?
I haven't been there. Oh hell! Since I worked at the dealership, and that's back. I heard they closed. I heard they closed.
Yeah, maybe that. You know what I'm thinking of now. So used to go to half circle a lot. Stookies down in like almost like Shikshinny. You know, Stookies.
Yeah,
Spookies.
Stookies. And
Stookies.
when I used to work again for the car lot, and I'm going back 95, 96. I always hear him talk about Stookies, so I went down there and I got one, and it was terrible. It was dry. It was just like, I'm like, how could people like this? So a couple during the pandemic when they were open, they were doing takeout. I went because it was under new ownership, new management, new ownership. So I went down and I did a takeout video somewhere in the mix. I got a couple of their pork barbecues, and Matt, I was like, wow, these are pretty good. I got their brisket. Their brisket was nice. It was tender. It was soft. I go back to Stookies. I'm never down there anymore.
Yeah.
I go down. I have to like make a special trip, literally, just to go down there because I'm never down there.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much do. You know, it's you're making that special trip. My family and I, for Super Bowl Sunday, that's what we had earlier this year. Like we got a whole bunch of barbecues from Stookies. Usually we do like pizza and wings, but we knew a lot of the pizzerias and the wing orders would be like, good luck trying to get a couple dozen wings like on Super Bowl Sunday. So we got barbecues from Stookies, and they were great. We got the brisket, pork, turkey, ham.
The only one I didn't get was the turkey. I got the brisket, I got the ham, I got the beef. For some reason, I just wasn't in the mood for turkey. For some reason, Pete here is just saying he had Stookie, and yeah, Pete, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, if someone said, "Hey, I'm going to buy you Stookies," I'm going to be like, "Don't waste your money," because it was that bad. But ever since the new people took over, that one time, it was great.
That actually reminds me of I lived in Mountaintop for over, 12, 13 years. And there was a Stookies in Mountaintop. And basically, PennDOT came through. Like, if you drive down 309 right now, there's like a bike lane. I was living there when they were putting that in. And they basically repaved the entire, like 309. PennDOT totally repaved it. And they completely cut off Stookies parking lot. They used to be over by the beer distributor on 309. They had signs up outside like, "Why are you ruining our business?" And they actually ended up having to close. Like PennDOT had the road in front of their place shut down for over a month, and they couldn't get any business to come in, and they literally had to shut the place down.
That sucks.
I know, it's just insane.
Mike, how about King's Pizza up in Mountaintop? King's Pizzeria?
Oh, they have great food, no doubt. I love their meatballs.
Yeah. I
always judge a place on their meatballs. If I get baked or boiled frozen meatballs that came from Corones across the street or something, they make their own. I used to always say there was a place. He's not there anymore. I was very friendly with the guys, and I miss them. In fact, when I got married, I had my the groom's dinner. When the groom's parents take the wedding party out for dinner the night before, the rehearsal dinner. That's what I'm.
Mm-hmm.
We had my rehearsal dinner at God, I can't think of the name now.
What's the town? Where was it?
Mountaintop.
Mountaintop.
It was a very out of the way Italian restaurant, and I used to always say that people come to Mountaintop to go to King's to get Italian food. People who live in Mountaintop go here, and I can't think of like I said, he closed down years ago. It's a real shame too. His name was Frank. It might have just been Frank's. I can't think of the name now, but it was some of the best. Huh? What's that?
Desi. Was it?
No,
Was it
no,
was it
no.
like no, not Desi's?
No, he started off. He was in
Dizzy's.
he was in Kingston, over by where the old ShopRite was for the longest time, and then he closed that and moved to Mountain. Well, actually, it might have burned down. I mean, one or the other, but he moved to Mountaintop. And for the life of me, I can't think of the name of the place.
If you guys
Like
want,
I said, I knew everybody there too.
if you guys want some good Italian food, whether it's pizza or anything, Villa Pizzeria on the Ave, and I've hit that place many times. The guy, he's that old school Italian, Italian cook, real nice guy, and their pizza. I got their supreme pizza, which has basically everything under the sun on this damn thing. But he also has the hoagies, the Parmigiana hoagies, and I got a meatball one, and it was out of this world. It was fantastic. So put that on your list. If you ever look at you and go to Villa Pizzeria, tell him I told you to come. He'd be like, "Come, the food guy said," and he'd be like, "Oh, I know who you're talking about."
Yeah, it seems like he really appreciates your business, Jake. And like the promotion that you do for his business and stuff. I know you're loyal to Villa Pizzeria.
For good round pizza, I like Sicilian Bella or Villa Pizza. For Sicilian Bella, because actually, if you look at it, if you get like say Pizza Lovin' or Victory Picker Pizza, like they're it's the traditional square Sicilian rectangle. Sicilian Bella actually makes them bigger than the others, and I heard that my sister had it. I didn't realize they have cauliflower pizza. They can make their pizza with cauliflower crust, and I'm like, damn, I never knew that, because I definitely am gonna try the cauliflower next time. But wings, they have boom boom sauce wings, which it has the boom boom sauce has like a little bit of kick to it, so you're like looking like trying to chug something, but they give you do you ever have wings from there?
I have, and we've had the boom boom sauce, but I think we had bites though. I think we got boneless bites with boom boom, and dude, we loved it. My brother and I were like, oh, like awesome sauce. Yeah.
Their wings, they're not the pony wings. Like these are the big, fat, big kick butt size big wings. And I just got them a couple weeks ago, and I did a video. You're welcome, Pete. Tell him the food guy sent you.
Oh, I thought of it. Tony's Pizza in Mountaintop.
Okay.
Tony's was on North Main Road. And if you know Mountaintop, you know where North Main Road is.
I wonder if they're related to the Tony's in. There's a Tony's in. I'd call it still Pittston, but I think it's considered Jenkins. Tony's over near Pittston there. They got good stuff. They have good.
I'll tell you, man. Living where I live on north, up in North End, I'm walking distance to it. There's a place called Antonio's, which has been around forever on River Street.
Oh yeah,
just up from the courthouse, next door to the bail bondsman. I mean, Tony's is like legit. Like they're talking Italian in there and everything, and it is a legit old world, old style pizzeria.
Well, that's how Rocks 52 is. Like you're here talking to them like, they're talking Italian, and then you'll hear every song you'll hear like broken English. But yeah, it's mostly they talk Italian back and forth. Okay, so you live right near the hospital, right? Or right down the road from the hospital?
Yeah, I'm up in that area.
There's a place.
I think we talked about this last week.
Yeah, I know, but I can't remember the name. And I drove past it.
And the one who's going to know just went upstairs. Gina.
There's that at the one light before if you're coming up, one light before the hospital, it's on the right hand side. It's like a little outdoor little shack thing.
Yeah.
What is that place?
I don't remember. I pass by it all the time, and I couldn't tell you.
Because
don't censor yourself.
It's last week.
Gina said the name last week. I know she did.
and I don't remember. And last
You
week,
can go back and just look at the old. Sit there and watch it for 3 hours and
It's called.
say the name. Damn it!
I know what you're talking about. Hang on, I'm gonna get it for us here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, just use Google.
I had to give I gave FP a ride to the general last week because his one daughter was sick, and we're coming home, and I'm like, and it was dark now by this time. You're at the hospital till late, and I'm like trying to read the name, and I couldn't see because there was no lights on. I'm like, what is this place? And I'm like, I gotta check this place out. Yeah, driving me nuts because I don't know what the hell it is.
I'm gonna put it in the chat right here. This is what it's called. Pupuseria Salvadorena. It's a
that's where
Salvadorian restaurant.
Yeah, that's where they hack up little puppies and serve puppy meat.
Pupuseria Salvadorena. Yeah, dude, I want to try that too because the menu looks pretty interesting. I'd like to try that.
Oh, dude, Gina's still watching. Gina's still watching.
Yep.
Gina's a trooper.
She's upstairs. She's upstairs watching.
Pete, yeah, Rocks 52. It's Rocks ROX. Rocks ROX 52. But yeah, it's on Main Street in Plymouth.
Jay, we drove by El Boulevard this evening. I know you went there a while back, dude. The place was packed. Like
El Boulevard.
There wasn't a.
Yeah.
It's the old chicken coop on Wilkes-Barre Boulevard.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm like, wait a minute, I've been there, but I just can't remember where it was. El Boulevard. Yeah.
Yeah. They were jammed tonight. We my wife and I picked up pizza from Ricky's up on Park Ave.
They've been around for ages too.
That's our favorite. Like
that's where most of the time. That's where if the girlfriend wants her pizza, they go to either Ricky's or Shelley's. Whoever doesn't have the 3-hour wait on a Friday night, or like on a Friday night.
I think we called it like 4:30, and they're like, okay, it'll be ready by about 7. So we're like, okay. Always a long wait, but it's always worth it.
There's a place, I think it's called Shelley's too, in
like Kingston, like back in Luzerne.
It used to be over Luzerne. It used to be in that park in that kind of little mall place, like where McDonald's is.
Yeah.
But they moved over to more in towards Kingston, and it's just like a takeout place now. It's just a takeout, and they actually have a drive-through. I was looking like, wait, that's a drive-through. Yeah,
they do. Yeah, they have a drive-through window.
Because I did a takeout video there too. Their pizza is really good. It's around places, but I think my next one I'm gonna hit is that King's. I keep forgetting about King's Pizzeria. I'm gonna have to try that maybe this week coming up.
We had a traditional. Sorry.
You got to go to Sriracha's too. They don't really have pizza, but down in 44, you got to try Sriracha's.
Is that the place that used to be something else with tables and chairs out in front of it now?
Yeah, it's across from the 44 Borough building, like the big old building with the big pedestals.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You got to go there.
Yeah, King's Pizza. My mother and I had a tradition because I moved to Mountaintop, and she followed me like a few months later. She found a place, a little apartment up there, and we were about 5 minutes from each other. So I'd always spend Christmas Christmas Eve at her place, and on my way there, I would stop at King's. King's was open Christmas Eve, and I would get pizza and meatball. I love meatball hoagies, so I would get myself a meatball hoagie. If you haven't tried it, what I always do: get a meatball hoagie and get pepperoni on it.
Oh my God! I was just going to say that.
Most places will do it for you if you ask. If you like pepperoni, I know, Jay, I'm not necessarily talking to you here, but ask for a meatball hoagie with pepperoni. Most places will do it. And actually, what in the Sam Hills? I just had They have like the best stromboli in the world, and I get a meatball stromboli with pepperoni from them, which is just totally killer.
Yeah, I love good. Like then you'll love Villa Pizzeria's meatball parmigiana. It's dynamite. It's one of the best subs that I've had in a long time.
Norm's over on what is that? Spring Street, I think.
Yeah.
They have good food. I mean, the restaurant itself is like a little bit clinical. You know what I mean? It's like very, very sterile.
Very sterile. Yeah.
But the food's pretty good. Actually, Jay, if you remember, I don't know if he's still there, but years ago, Tommy Luton worked in the kitchen at Norm's Pizza.
Tommy Luton. God, I haven't heard that name since school. He had a brother. He has a brother.
Tim. He has a couple brothers, actually. But yeah, Tommy Luton. The three of us were in 7th grade together, actually. He sat next to me, and I sat next to you, so I sat between you and him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like I said, he worked at Norm's. Actually, I had a foster daughter for a while, and she went in there with my ex-wife one time for food, and Tommy knew that Mallory was my wife at the time. And he's like, "Oh, is this Mike's daughter? Oh my God, she looks just. I can see the resemblance. She looks just like him." It's like, no, dude, it's my foster daughter. Yeah. Actually, I don't have kids of my own, so. But yeah, that's like I said, it was years ago. I don't know if he's still there, but last I heard.
I just have to bring this up. I know we're all talking like good pizza, right? Like I'm a pizza snob. My family, like there's certain pizza that we're cool with and others that we stay away from. But Domino's. Like give me your thoughts on Domino's. We've all had it. We all order it. It's convenient, but tell me what you guys think about Domino's.
They refuse to deliver to me. They do.
Why? What'd you do?
It's not what I did. It's what the post office did.
Oh.
There is I'm not shy. My address is 446 North Main Street. There's also a 446 North Main Street in Plains. And a lot of times I would be calling them like my food's not here. What the hell's going on? Well, we already delivered it. No, you didn't. If you did, I'd be eating it. So yeah, if you go to Google Maps and Google 446 North Main, it shows you the address in Plains. Now, like when I'm dealing with Amazon, like the way it's distinguished by the post office is like the last, it's like 18. It's the 18. I'm one of the rare places in Wilkes-Barre that's 18705. Most Wilkes-Barre addresses are 18702 or 3. I'm 18705, which is the zip code for Plains.
Yep.
But there's also parts of Wilkes-Barre, like Parsons is a good example. They're 18705. You go by the last 4 digits, I believe it's 1619, like 1619. Amazon can find me just fine,
But the pizza place can't. Domino's can't.
Because they're going by Google. They're going by Google search. Now, as far as the food goes, when I can get it here, last time I did it, I had a big borrow and plead to get 44 to deliver to me. I love their thin, the wafer thin crust that they have, like the really thin crust pizza.
Yeah.
Number one, it doesn't play havoc with my diabetes too bad because it's it's such a thin crust, and I just love it. I love a thin crust pizza, and I think Domino's does it the best.
Domino's used to be
I respect that.
Pittston, and now it's a Pizza Hut, takeout Pizza Hut. Are they still even? Is Pizza Hut still even open over? I don't even remember. I don't know. If
They reopened in Pittston.
Where the old Domino's used to be. But yeah, like Domino's. The only time I'd actually get Domino's years ago, I come home from the bar Domino's was pizza was good when you come home drunk and you're hungry. But it's in my roommate that used to live with me. She would always order Domino's at like 1 a.m. Do you want something? Hell yeah, And
Yeah.
but since they moved, I haven't had Domino's because I'll just go to the Pizza Hut there. I got me and the Jeff got some Pizza Hut food from there, and it really wasn't bad. Like I can't say it's bad, but like when you got like Villa Pizzeria, Sicilian Bella, you got with Savo's over, in Pitt. Why would you want to go to Domino's? When you have I'd rather just go to one of those places.
Tell you what, man, if you're feeling adventurous,
Hmm.
take a drive
This
down
show is
Route.
not sponsored by.
There you go. You got the coupons, baby.
If you're feeling adventurous and you want Pizza Hut, really good Pizza Hut, get on Route 11, take a drive to Bloomsburg. Going back to my foster daughter, she would have supervised visitation with her mother, and her mother lived in Bloom. Or no, their courthouse, the Columbia County Courthouse, was in Bloomsburg. So I'd have to take her there. And I'd always take her mother, her brothers and sisters and stuff. I would take the whole family out to either Pizza Hut, and they have like a pizza buffet. They have like a smorgasbord of pizzas. Like, just think salad bar, like a self-serve salad bar, like a Asian buffet or something, but it's just pizza. It's awesome. It's an awesome thing. You get to sample every Pizza Hut pizza under the sun, which is like amazing. I like I said, I'd always take the family out to dinner. It would either be Pizza Hut or they had right across the street from the courthouse. They had a Subway. I would take everybody and buy dinner. I'd even buy dinner for the county courthouse, the worker that had to be there, the child services worker. She and I would hang back and let the family eat together, and I would hang back with the caseworker and just we would chit chat about the weather or whatever. But
Mike, you said that was like a Pizza Hut buffet in Bloomsburg?
Yes, it's right on Route 11. If you're coming from Wilkes-Barre, it'll be on the right-hand side before you get into like Bloomsburg, like proper. It's like maybe like, I don't know, a few miles after Berwick. But it's actually considered Bloomsburg, and it's right before you get into the city. Which, anybody out there, if you haven't been to Bloomsburg, it's an awesome little college town. Take the time.
Yeah. It's really cool. Do you guys remember when our old Pizza Hut in Wilkes-Barre had the buffet? The one up, by the Wyoming Valley Mall. They used to
never
have
took advantage of it, but I remember it I grew up by it, so I remember it very well.
We never really did, like, growing up, we never really did Pizza Hut. Like,
it was considered expensive.
Yeah.
There was a place on Mundy Street. On
Mundy Street in Wilkes-Barre.
If you're going up Mundy Street, well, right now, if you look on the left, it's now John Hines' offices.
Yeah.
Before it was a place called Pizza Tui's Pizza. And
I remember that.
And I think the Cioli's that Gina was just put up in the chat. Sicoli's. I think that's them. Because they didn't own the.
That's Fred that put that up.
Oh, Fred, you did. Wait.
No, that was Gina. Sorry.
Yeah, Gina did do it.
Gina started it.
It's they had to leave because the building got sold, and I believe that's where they relocated to. I think, but pizza back in the 80s, Pizza Two.
Pretty sure
was like.
Sorry, Sicoli's has been where it's at for a long time.
Maybe I'm thinking. I know over somewhere in Parsons in that area, the people that ran Pizza Tui's have a pizza place somewhere in that area. And I really would like to try and find out where it is, but Yeah, that was back in the 80s. That was like your gourmet pizza was going to Pizza 2 East. They had white pizza, they had red pizza, but a lot of times back when I was growing up, again, we're going back to the 80s. Monday, like Sunday, my dad would do the cooking and give my mom a break. Monday through Thursday, it's, you ate what my mom made, or you didn't eat. Um, Friday, we usually go out to like Pizza 2 East, Dookies, back when before it burned down at Carrot Stop In. And Saturday was the day where you fend it for yourself. So if you wanted Burger King or McDonald's, or if you wanted pizza, that was Saturday night. Yeah, there was, this going to McDonald's every day and fast food every day. That didn't happen. But the best thing though is when they opened Top Dog. Remember Top Dog?
Oh, we were talking about this the other week.
Oh yeah, we were, weren't we? Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you sound luckier and more fortunate than me. I lived with my grandparents when I was a kid, and every Sunday my grandmother would make a roast, or beef roast, the one with the net.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and every Sunday that beef roast was charred black on the outside and blood red on the inside. And you're sitting there, it's like, this is awful. And my grandfather would be like, shut up, I've been eating this for 50 years. If I can eat it for 50 years, you can eat it.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Well, years ago.
And he's like, he would grab my head and be like, I know it's horrible. Just eat it.
I know it's horrible. Just eat it. Years ago, I don't know how my dad ended up with this, but we had, and back then, like an old time meat slicer down in our basement. So, Sonny, he would do like a roast beef or something, take it downstairs, cut it on the slicer, and oh man, I missed that. It's I know we're talking about pizza. Do you guys like pigs in the blankets? I'm talking.
I like the pig. I like the pigs, but I don't like the blankets.
Down in Plymouth, or it's Larksville, Tammy's Kitchen. Last Sunday, they just made homemade meatballs or homemade pigs in the blankets, homemade mashed potatoes, and that was their dinner special for the day. Oh my God, it was like these things are like delicious. Next best other than doing it yourself. It's that's one thing I got to make this year for the winter. I hate rolling cabbage. It's just, to me, it's just a big pain in the ass. So what I would do is I get a crock pot. I'd shred down the cabbage, throw it in the crock pot, throw in the hamburger. I'd boil a bag of rice, throw that in, throw some like diced up like peppers, onions, sauce, and let it go overnight. And I'd let it cook through the night. And I'd have piggy soup the next day, and that was I got to do that again.
Yeah, piggy soup is good. My grandma used to make dynamite piggies. We still have the recipe somewhere, but yeah, that's like a real NEPA like ethnic dish right there. Pigs in the blanket, piggies, whatever you call them. I mean, you're from NEPA if you're eating piggies.
It's funny because more than a couple of years back, I was in this one wedding group, to try to help with the wedding side of everything, and Donnie's Hoagies. I just did a video from Donnie's Hoagies takeout. Anyway, so what was I just saying? I lost my train of thought. What was I just talking about?
Oh, Gina, we used to get Sicoli's quite a bit when I was living at Mike at Rick's. That's sort of an inside thing between Gina and myself. There was a place I used to rent half a double block when I lived in Parsons for about 6 years, and the gentleman I rented from, his name was Rick, and whenever he'd call me up, with a problem or whatever, hey Mike, it's Rick. So I just ended up calling the place Mike It's Rick's, because that's he would. Sometimes it's like you feel like he'd just get up on you out in the street. Mike, it's Rick.
Mike, what's the name of the pizzeria that it was in Parsons? They had a fire, and I know they just
Magda's.
reopened like near Anthracite. I can't think of
Magda's.
the name. Yeah,
Magda's.
Magda's.
Magda, Mr. Magda actually worked with Gina at Home Depot at the warehouse when he started up the business. But yeah, Magda's was way more than a pizza place. I mean, the guy did all kinds of. He did piggies. He had really good food. He would do like Salisbury steaks. He had like a whole full continental menu. They were known for their pizza, and rightly so. It was really good. But no, it was way more than. I think they're just right now they're just doing catering and takeout, if I'm not mistaken. Gina would know more.
Yeah.
But
were they the Magnus that was over like
Gardner Ave?
On Cary Ave and going into Plymouth?
No, not that I know of.
Because that was a Magda's pizza too, and it before Sheets bought the area. It was
Dave's place. He had his place. He started up. Like I said, he worked at Home Depot. Got built the business up enough where he was able to quit and do it full time. Then he had the fire. In fact, Gardner Ave. I lived there for. My ex-mother-in-law still lives there. Gardner Ave, for whatever reason, is really good for fires. There are a lot of fires on Gardner Ave.
It's funny.
I saw one place get knocked down after a fire. The one guy that lived next door to my ex-mother-in-law, the guy burned his own house down. He did a ton of work on the place. He fixed it up. It was actually an old schoolhouse, and he fixed it up, did a ton of work on it, spent a ton of money fixing it up, and then his wife left him. And then it was like she was threatening to take the house in the divorce, and he's like, nobody's going to take my house in the divorce, and he burned it down.
Oh, gee, well, that's. But this Magda's Pizza. Now I don't know if it was the same owner, maybe same family, but was over on. If you're going into Plymouth, it was on the corner of Cary Ave. It's right where the new Sheets is over there now. Well, before Sheets actually bought the land, that mysteriously caught on fire too. Like that Magnus caught on fire, and then Sheets ended up buying the land and doing what they did now. And this Magnus had a fire too. If it's the same, I wonder if it's the same family, because I'd be like, that's really like coincidental.
It's Gina was correcting, I believe, pronunciation there. It's Magda's. And like I believe the gentleman's first name is Dave.
Yeah, that's the guy who I think it was Dave Magda over in near Plymouth. I'm almost positive. Could be wrong, but I'm like 98% positive.
I don't know. Like I said, Gina actually worked with him, so maybe she would know more than me. Gina knows more than
pizza. It was called Classic Pizza.
I thought you said plastic.
Yeah,
Plastic Pizza.
Classic Pizza over. Yeah, exactly.
Classic Pizza.
Like you're playing harmonica, just trying to take a bite out of a plastic pizza.
Jay, I think it was Reese's. Reese's Pizza, like a Reese's cup. Reese's Pizza, Classic Pizza, like that. I think that was that place, yeah.
Is that the place we used to call Greasy Reese's? Maybe.
You guys ever try Two Gals? It's in like Miners Mills, sort of. Two Gals?
Yes. I believe I did.
I heard they're not. Look, I never had it, but my oldest sister lives not too far from there. She said she got it once or twice. She said it wasn't bad, but like
it's remember it's pretty good.
I remember it being pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that's good. They're really cool too. Like they're just cool, old school people. You go in, you order, or you call. I like to go in. I like the whole experience of like walking up to the counter, like, yeah, what do you need? Like you don't go there for the customer service, and like that's okay because they make a good pizza, and that's all you really go there for.
I say they're down. They're pretty much right by the bog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes. Right there.
it's over in Plains. There's a place called Leone's, and
Hmm.
couple last month it was my oldest sister's birthday, and me and my older sister we took a couple pies over. Well, we got their grandma pizza. I've had grandma pizza from other places. This place better than all of them so far that I tasted from this Leone. And I just might one of these days I just might call over, run over, just bring it home, even just to heat it up. It was that good. Um, I heard Florio's is good, but I've never had pizza from Florio's. I heard it's good though. They're pretty recommended.
It is. It's good. Cash only though. Cash only at Florio's.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and I see we're plugging hard for Magda's. Gina's reminding everybody that they have daily specials and they're starting up their delivery again.
Okay.
They're
Sounds
located
good.
now on Scott Street. They bought an old garage, like an old service station / garage, and they reconstituted, recalibrated it into a restaurant, but still maintains the garage facade. So
Yeah.
it's
It looks cool as shit. Place just
Yeah.
looks really cool.
Do you
Yeah.
guys remember? I'm going back years. Up. I think it's Dixon. Was it Dixon City? The Quaker Steak and Lube. It was a restaurant, but it was fashioned out of a garage.
I went there on my 21st birthday. That's where I had my first legal beer, Quaker State. Yep.
So I'll have to check this one out on Scott Street. I'll have to check them out.
well, like I said, I believe they're open only for delivery, takeout.
Take out. I'll eat in the parking lot. I'll do a takeout video in the parking lot.
I saw they had outdoor dining. They had like you could dine al fresco.
Oh,
They have like outdoor seating. I saw like the umbrellas and the chairs and everything.
oh, nice. Yeah, I'll definitely
do.
check it out.
Jay, how about Booyah? Could you try their pizza and let everyone know what you think and recommend it? Because I'm tempted to try the Booyah pizza, man. They have a pretty nice pizza menu now.
From what I heard, though, it's like I don't know if it's actually theirs or if they're. It's not called Booyah Pizza. It's called something else. So I don't know if it's like a third, like a third party that's helping them. But yeah,
Okay.
I forgot about Booyah having pizza now. Somebody on Facebook had I think it was the pizza review NEPA pizza review guy
Hmm.
on Facebook. I think he was there. He said it was either him or Dimitri's Food Fight. One of the two. I get confused. But one of them said that it wasn't bad. I remember when Booyah first came over there, their hamburgers were like this thick, like nice. I went over there and I'm like, what the hell happened to the burger? It's like they smashed it down now. Last time I was there, I'm like, like this.
Dude, when you order fries at Booyah, like let's say you just get a small fry. I think they have small and large. I mean, they give you a bag
Oh
filled
yeah, you get
with fries.
yeah, you do, and you do.
Like it's almost too much. Like I bring it home and I'm like, I love French fries. I love fresh cut fries. I can't eat this whole bag though because
Even for
they load it.
like a small, that's even like with Booyah. Yeah, well, yeah, Booyah. You get a small or I'm not Five Guys.
Yeah.
If you get a small fry, I'm like holy hell, I hate to see like a medium or large if this is a small.
Yeah.
I heard that Booyah has hot dogs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm tempted to go there and try their hot
Go
dogs.
for it. Go for it, dude. Yeah, try
I've
it.
never heard the bird's the word.
It's and I see that on YouTube, so I'm assuming all of them have it. If one does, they probably all do. And
Yeah.
I looked at it, looked like it wasn't like on a regular hot dog bun. it was somehow but it looked interesting to at least try it once. But it's funny you were mentioning about the South Main Abe. He follows me on Facebook on my local Eats channel or group, and the one owner, Sky, I think his name is, and it's I'll walk in, hey food guy, hey TV star, and it's, I have to laugh. What are you getting today? I'll give me like 4 with everything, and even they have burgers. Now, the other owner, I forget, it's Scott, who usually he's the guy out front you see on the grill with the hot dogs. I forget his brother's name, but one time I was there and they're like, "Do you want to try one of our burgers?" I'm like, "Oh," he goes, "It's for what it is. It's not bad." I'm like, "All right, let me try it." I mean, it's like generic, patty, frozen patty, but however they season it up for being a basic, it's not bad. I wouldn't go down there just for that. Go for the hot dogs, but their South Main burger is not bad. They have good rice. They don't have fries. They've never got into doing fries or fried items. But they have a good They get a good. I don't know if they homemade it or if they get it somewhere, but rice pudding. They have a good rice pudding. And that's usually my dessert.
When you said generic, when you said generic, it made me think of a place in Avoca called Gennaro's. Little hole in the wall place.
Oh, dude, I remember Gennaro's.
Amazing food.
Yeah, awesome pizza. Oh man.
Hey, good night, Pete. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Thanks for chiming in. I hope you have a good night too, and happy Labor Day. But yeah, I was gonna say something. I lost my train of thought. Damn it! I hate when that.
I'm sorry.
No, it was before I was talking. Before I saw the Donnie's thing, and I was saying I completely forgot what I was talking about. All right. So back we're thinking about Donnie's. Red Subs, which is down the road from Donnie's on Main Street in Plymouth. He's been there for at least a good 50 years. At least 50 years. And still you go in, he gives you like a foot-long sub, still only $5. And it's not like, like gargantuan thing. It's nice average size. Still $5 for a foot-long hoagie. Where the hell are you going to find that? And it's actually, he cuts it right in front of you. He does it right up in front of you. And so you got to check out Reds, too, if you're going in the Plymouth.
Oh, shout out to Blue U. What's up, brother?
How you doing, Blue U? Yeah, and it's funny because I remember my mom was born and raised in Plymouth, so I've been going back and forth to Plymouth since I was born. And after I started working at the car dealership, I'd go down on lunch because I was right down the road. I remember seeing his restroom. He has a little bathroom, and for the last 40 years, it's been out of order. You see the out of order sign. I always have to laugh at him. I said last time, "Hey, Red," I said, "your bathroom's been out of order for the last 30 years. Are you never going to fix it?" He goes, "No." But he just does that so the kids don't go in and use his bath. So I had to laugh. I'm like, "You ever going to fix it?" He's like, "No." I said, "Okay."
That sounds familiar.
He knew what I was talking about.
That is so old school. That's so funny.
And you walk in, and if you slow, depending on when you get there, he has a little maybe 7 or 8 stool counter. This place is super slow. So you walk in, on the left he has his deli. He also does deli meat, you can get pounded deli, pounded lunch meat stuff. And then he has his grill, and on the right he has a little counter. And in the back he has his cooler for drink. So depending on when he'll be sitting at his little counter there, smoking a cigarette, typical old school guy. And you just walk in and "Hey, Red, what's up?" He's like, "How you doing?" He'll call you some name like Jimmy or Walter, just whatever, just that's just Red. And
yeah,
I mean, Donnie's has a good hoagie too, but you gotta go to Red, and just for like you said, just like for experience and go and still like a couple of years ago when I went to the Plymouth Kibasi Festival.
That's Sausage Fest.
He makes his own homemade kibasi, and and I did a video from the Kibasi Festival. And part of it was Reds, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm doing a food video. I do food. I'm food, blah blah blah." And he was cool with it. And then 2 years ago, for whatever reason I didn't get down there. I missed it. For whatever reason, I didn't get there. So this last Saturday, not like a week ago today, when he's like, I didn't see it for the Kibasi Festival. I'm thinking either he just or he remembered me. I'm like thinking, damn, you remember from like that long ago? I'm like, oh, I was here, but it was later. You were already closed. He goes, I closed at 8 o'clock. That's about the time I got here. It was about 8 o'clock. But yeah. Blew you the last yeah, it's just like right now, like with the weddings I'm doing, it's hard for me to get like out that far, but yeah, the last time we actually did a road trip was when me and FP went to Yakos. That was like the farthest road trip I did in a while. But yeah,
Man, you're gonna road trip?
I'm going to road trip somewhere. I don't know where yet.
Go to excuse me. Go to Musso's in New Jersey in Cherry Hill. Best Italian food you'll ever have in your whole life.
I went to a Hot Dog Johnny's one summer a couple of years back. I was on vacation. And I'm like, what do I want to? It was like a Wednesday, or it was during the week. I was on vacation. And I'm like, never been to Hot Dog Johnny's. So the GF's like, she's like, I said, you want to go to Hot Dog Johnny's with me? She goes, why are you going to go to New Jersey for hot dog? Like, it's Hot Dog Johnny's. She goes, no. So I went myself. And the only thing, like, I drove from Pennsylvania to New Hampshire, from Pennsylvania down to Florida, to Tennessee. Now, like, when I start driving, I get tired. Like, and I kind of don't like driving too far because on the way going down's fine, but on the way back, I'm like starting to get tired. And but yeah, I do want to go. There's a place out past Dixon City. It's a restaurant diner that I want to check out. I wanted to go to Coney Island, but I heard they closed, or they temporarily closed. I don't know if they closed for permanent, but not the one underneath the trestle, but the one that's on the main street. I heard they closed. Well, I went on Google and it says temporarily closed, so I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I do want a road trip somewhere. I do one last road trip before it goes into the fall and winter and crap. Let's see. So yeah, the farthest lately I've been was Yakos, and they weren't bad. They were pretty good.
Another place you want to try. You're into diners. This place, I think they even had it on The Sopranos once. So I used to work in North Jersey. I used to do residential and commercial satellite installations there.
Okay.
That was part of my route as a subcontractor. The Whippany Diner. Whippany, New Jersey. Absolutely amazing food. We used to make excuses to go home that way so we could stop there and eat.
What I do want to I've never been there. I've heard about it. It's the White House Diner. I heard that has killer food too. They have they call it the hubcap burger. It's supposed to be like this big gargantuan hamburger.
Oh, they had. God, I don't know if it's still there, but the Whitehaven Diner.
Or Whitehaven Diner. I'm thinking.
Yeah, they call it the Buffalo Burger. But yeah, they are. I mean, they're. My father took me there when I was 19, and he's like, "You like burgers?" Yeah, Dad loved burgers. Come on, we're gonna go to where I got a burger you'll never be able to finish. And he was right. I mean, it's the size of a pizza. Like you take like a really large dinner plate, and it's like over the edges of the plate a little bit. It's so big. I think they have to actually bake the bread for it. Fred's got.
What?
I got one for you guys here. So, Mike, you're talking Whippany Diner. Excellent. There's a place, the Park West Diner in Little Falls, I think it's called, Little Falls, New Jersey,
Okay.
which was also on an episode of Sopranos, too. That was another filming location, but great diner. The Park
I'm not
West.
sure. Like I said, I'm not sure if the Whippany Diner was there or not.
Yeah.
Probably was, because I would imagine, man, if they're filming in North Jersey and you got a hungry crew, you're not gonna miss a place like the Whippany Diner.
Oh, yeah. I got my Hot Dog Johnny's mug here, too, Jay.
When I went to Hot Dog Johnny's, I should have tried I got a milkshake, which was good, but they make homemade buttermilk, and I should have, and I didn't. I'm kicking myself in the ass. I hear it's really good. But yeah. So the girl from us just goes, "You drove to Jersey for a hot dog? Why not? And she thinks I'm nuts half the time. She'll be like, because well, I'm a food guy and I love food. The GF, she eats food to live. Where I opposite. And we're totally, when it comes to that, we're oil and vinegar. We are totally so opposite. Yeah, I'm like, you want to go to Yakos with us? No. No, I'm not going with you. There used to be a place. It's long gone now. It was on Wyoming Avenue, Houston, and I can't remember the name. I could picture everything there. Oh crap! It was a diner. It was a restaurant, and he opened from 6 a.m. and he closed at 2. It was now Bonner. The place mysteriously caught on fire, and so Bonner bought it, and now it's part of Bonner's used car lot. But this restaurant, and the guy who took over, like it was his parents, his dad's, and his name was Jimmy. And I wish I could remember the name of this place, but one day I was in Wilkes-Barre Township, so I was with me and Mike were in junior high school. I had to go see a allergy doctor. And then my dad was going to drive me to school. He goes, "Do you have any tests today?" I'm like, "Nah, no tests." He goes, "Do you want to go to school? Or you want to go get breakfast?" Let's go get breakfast. So he took me to this diner. This was the most incredible breakfast I ever had. Like everything made from his potatoes, his home fried potatoes. His grill, he did it so long, his grill was seasoned, so you could not make this same way anywhere else. His grill was like that seasoned. Like he's on first grill. I wish I could remember the name. Oh my god. But anyway, so the first time, so I walk in with my dad and we sit at the counter. I'll remember this the day. The first thing I heard him talk about fast, like frozen fast food burgers compared to like his food, and like these goddamn kids don't know what a real, don't this pre-frozen garbage. They don't know what real food is if I threw it at, and a lot of people, like if you didn't go there, you probably would be offended and leave. But the people that go there, like just know that's him. Or if he's traveling, it's funny because like he'd make he had what's called an Italian Whopper. He called it. It was on a sub roll, had hamburger, cheese, peppers, his secret sauces. How he made it was delicious. But like somebody would order something without this or without that, he's like, "Goddamn kids don't know what good food." And his wife would be like, just shut up and make, like these kids. I said you had to go for just the show basically, and his name was Jimmy Zambino. I wish I could remember the name of this place, and it was across from that on Wyoming Ave over in Kingston, that Highline pre-owned lot, Rayco's. It was across the street from Rayco's, or diagonal from Rayco's. And yeah, you'd walk in there, and also he was a big time Republican. Okay, so after I started working at the car dealership, I'd leave early to go to work, and I'd stop and I'd get breakfast. So he had an amazing breakfast, and sit there like first thing. So if whether your party affiliation is, you just had to learn, just go in there and just let them, and not even let it bother you.
Right.
Those goddamn Democrats are doing, and he's sitting there making those sons of bitch. But like that could have been the Republican headquarters in Kingston. That's basically like I forget their names, but they would go there when they're in the area. But it's just, what the hell is FP doing?
FP is cycling. He is cycling here.
I want to say, it's
Jay, honestly though, dude, like my 15-minute segment tonight, I just wanted to start like a food discussion.
Which we've been
and
doing for an hour.
I think we definitely accomplished that.
Yeah.
And like specifically, like what I wanted to ask you guys was like, what are your hidden gems in the area? Restaurants, places that you go to for the experience. Maybe it's like the guy flipping burgers, and he's got one political view, and you're like, you know what? I'm just here for the food and the experience. Like that's
Avenue
exactly
Diner.
what I wanted to kind of draw out of you guys tonight. So that's so cool.
Avenue Diner, definitely.
Avenue Diner. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. That's a good.
The volcano burger and volcano fries, waffle fries are excellent.
You have to try his if he still has it. It's called the Fireman's Omelet. That had a nice kick to it. But also the Avenue Diner's
jalapenos in there. Like, does he put hot peppers in it?
I don't remember because it was so long ago that I had it. But I have a video on it somewhere in my list of videos. But even if you just want something simple like a club sandwich, just as good. I've had his burgers, I've had his breakfasts, I had just like a just club sandwich. Avenue's decent.
Yeah, great food at Avenue Diner. Awesome food.
It's trying to think where Majestic Lunch. A lot of people don't know about that. They're good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's funny.
I like the Avoca Deli for hoagies in Avoca.
Where's that?
I heard something about hoagies in a Testarossa.
FB.
What was that? You went by too fast. We couldn't hear you.
Avoca Deli.
Oh, Avoca Deli.
Avoca Deli.
It's good. Somewhere I think it's in It's considered Duryea, I think. Burlow's Hoagies. They're pretty good too.
Music, yeah. They're like Duryea music, yeah, Burlow's.
There's also one not too far. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Duryea called Sister's Hoagies or something Hoagies.
My Sister's Kitchen. Yeah, My Sister's Kitchen.
Okay, yeah, they were good too. I think they closed though.
They did. Yeah, they closed.
And that's how I ended up finding Marie's Diner, which was pretty good because I went to go back to My Sister's Kitchen, and they were closed. I'm like, but I thought I saw where they opened back up again. So I'm like, I'm gonna go back. Oh yeah, no, they were closed. So I'm like, where can I go? So I'm doing a quick Google search. Marie's Diner. Marie's Diner was really good too. But
my wife and I kind of started like a new sort of tradition, I think, during the pandemic. So every year on my birthday, like the past maybe 3 or 4 years, we go to Theo's Metro in Kingston. I just love that place, man. The place is just so cool. Food is great. We always get great service.
they were a little. I mean, I know Theo's is a little bit on the higher side.
Yeah.
I went there. I got a steak dinner, and that was really good. Theo's has really great food, but I can't afford to go there all the time. That's the only thing.
Yeah. We only go there on my birthday.
Once a year, okay.
Once a year.
And a lot of people don't know about Theo's because it's off the beaten path.
Yeah, it really is. It's so like tucked away in that neighborhood. If you weren't looking for it, you wouldn't really know it was there. But like once you get into that place, man, I don't know. It's a cool vibe in there.
Well, that used to be an old. Used to be an old. Oh crap!
Popcorn factory.
Yeah.
Popcorn.
Yeah, it was popcorn because you could still see the pipes, and they still left like the pipes. You could see it.
Yeah.
Theo's.
Yeah. Something about that place. I like the waterfalls that they have. They have those little areas with the waterfall and the rocks and the bridges and stuff. It's just a cool place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't go chasing those waterfalls.
Used to be Tiny's Manhole. Oh, I did not know that.
Tiny's Manhole. We've heard all about that place.
It's
that's one way to put it.
Yeah. Nardone's.
I guess it was.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry, man.
I was gonna say, if you're looking for a quick, good breakfast meal, like something quick and easy, Nardone's in the morning. Nardone's has good breakfast.
Oh yeah. They've been there forever too. That place has been there forever.
I don't know how they I don't know how they survive because I never see the times I go there. And I'll go there like noon, like a Saturday. I don't see anybody there unless they do enough during the week to hold them. But weekends, I never see anybody there.
Yeah.
It's like I said, Tanny's Kitchen down in Plymouth. They have great home fried potatoes. They're just amazing. I think it's still around up on 118 or something. There's a restaurant called, I think it's still open, called the Red Rooster.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually, they were, I don't know if they still are, but the Red Rooster, the Colonial Pancake House in Wyoming, and there was a little restaurant. If you're going in the Berwick, on the left-hand side, there was a little restaurant. They were all three of them were connected like family. Had them. The Colonial has good food, but I just said I never see anybody there. So I don't know how they stay afloat. And I walked in there a couple weeks ago. I got lunch. They remodeled it. It's beautiful in there. They have a counter now, which last time they never had a counter. They have like a counter, and it has the alternate where you have you can see like the lemonade, the big things in front of you. But I never see anybody in there. Oh.
Yeah. There seems to be a lot of places like that. Like my wife and I will be driving, and it's like, we noticed that the parking lot is pretty empty at a restaurant. We always say, man, I hope they don't close because they have such great food there, but they're still open, yeah, maybe they're just doing takeout. I don't know. I mean, I think the pandemic just, yeah, people are still going out to dinner and stuff, but I think it changed.
It definitely
just like yeah.
Because even like Denny's, Denny's always
Yeah.
used to be 24/7, regardless. Now the one in Pittston, I think, like they're only open 24/7
midnight or so.
Friday or Saturday, like
Yeah.
maybe Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, not the whole week.
Yeah.
There's times where
Plus with, like,
Denny's, oh wait, I'm not. They're closed. Son of a bitch.
yeah. And, you know, with like DoorDash and Uber Eats and Grubhub and all that stuff, everybody's just kind of, you know, ordering stuff. It gets delivered on your doorstep in, you know, 30 minutes. You don't, there's no interaction with anybody. It's just there. You know, you just go get your bag of food. Like,
I said I did DoorDash. Me and a girlfriend did DoorDash one time. It was after after the shows, and it was like we didn't really like feel like you know, she didn't like really, because like she like, well, if I go, I have to get, you know, jump in the shower and this. I don't feel like doing it because it's late. I'm getting ready for bed. Let's just DoorDash it. But yeah, you're like, you don't. I'd like to go to Denny's and like my normal at Denny's after the show, I'd go up, like the ultimate omelet, home fried potatoes, white toast, large OJ.
Yep.
None of that coffee bullshit.
right. None of that coffee bullshit.
But hey, how do you like I love my coffee T-shirt?
It's great, man. It's a great shirt. You were, you know, spot on, man. I mean, it's a good quality shirt. So many of the T-shirts I have, a lot of these bands I listen to, like, you know, I wear the shirt, I wash it a couple times, it's like it falls apart, it doesn't fit me anymore. I don't know if it's because I'm getting too fat or did the shirt shrink. I don't know. But your shirts are good quality, very good quality shirts.
And that's like this one, like the one I have now, the outside the box shirt.
Yeah.
Tonight. I've watched it how many times, and it's still like this. Nothing like the print isn't like one
Yeah,
like
fading and yeah.
spot it's cracking, but I mean that's normal. But yeah, like they're holding up pretty good now. The ones I did before, because I switched. I'm still a printer, but I switched like production places, and the ones prior I did, like I have like a gray with black, and the black's like just about faded. Son of a bitch. That's why I switched. Yeah. That's why I took everything down and started from a new one, and I went all new, and it's been good. Yeah, it's
yeah, man. Anybody who buys a shirt from the SGW shop zone, you're gonna get a good quality item. You know, take it from me. I got the shirt. I love a good black T-shirt, solid black with, like, you know, I wear a lot of black.
So do I.
Yeah. And so many of my favorite shirts just didn't hold up. You know, I can't wear them anymore because they're destroyed. But you ordered from Jay's store, you're getting a good quality T-shirt.
Avenger 6, about my one hot dogging shirt. And it was funny because I remember telling the story. He shoots pool, so he was out shooting pool like at a tournament, and everybody's looking like, and so he's telling everybody about the show. It was just funny. And someone down, two people down in Texas are talking about a show, a little show from Pennsylvania. You know, but I think it's cool.
No, it's great.
And when I see people like Marcus coming in from Detroit, Avenger from Texas. At one point, we had the first live show we did that we took phone calls. Our first call was from New Jersey. A guy was watching us from Jersey. I don't know if he still does. If he are, thank you. If not, okay, wherever you don't. From New Jersey, our first caller. And
Richard.
Was it Richard? Was his name Richard?
It was Richard.
It's funny because like we heard the phone ring the first time, we're like, you know, like oh my god, someone's calling, and so yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, I remember you used to you used to shout out a guy from like Vietnam. Does
Oh
like
yeah,
is he still active?
that's Dave. Yeah, that's Dave. Yeah,
Dave from Vietnam.
he's still. I don't know what the time frame is, like the time zones. I don't know. So I don't know if he catches this, like if he catches this show, but he might watch the replay. But yeah, he would comment on my food reviews, and so yeah, Dave from Vietnam.
Let's see what's going on at FP World.
Lou from I'm giving a shout out to Lou from Pittsburgh. No, Lou from Du Bois, Pennsylvania. Lou from Du Bois, Pennsylvania. I sent him a comment. He hasn't commented for a while, but he just put a comment on one of my videos. I want to thank all the new subscribers to the channel. And guys, and next week I'll have Mike's channel in the description too, because I couldn't find it to put it there before we went live.
Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It's watch, like and subscribe to the channel. It helps the channel grow. And that's another reason, like, we're all together, and I try to promote all the channels because to help everybody, like each other, promote our stuff. It's like, so now you guys have become pretty much a regular, which is great, and that's awesome. So with Mike's channel, be like, all right, so we're going to start promoting Mike's channel. Say, hey, check out, we're all here. Check out his channel. If you had a channel, I'd be like, check out Fred's channel, and if you had one. But it's and then my whole thing with starting this back in the day.
What?
Oh
No.
Oh yeah, you're on camera.
No.
it's but I started this back with doing the food reviews, even when I was just by myself. Local people supporting local places. The time went on, we did some chain stuck in there from time to time. But for the most part, I try to support all local stuff.
Hey, Fred P.
What's up, brother?
Is it normal to have a basketball station in your kitchen?
I think that's pretty badass, man. I mean, that could be a lot of fun.
Too, but...
That's like a lot of fun right there, man. I'm a big fan of like that kind of basketball game, skee ball.
Oh yeah, the kids love it.
Oh yeah, man, I bet. That's awesome. That's badass.
It's like a ball goes through a window. I hear smash.
Yeah.
Then it becomes an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh
Yeah.
Mom said you shouldn't play ball in the house.
Exactly.
I remember that episode.
No, luckily, I must say we're not sponsored by Window World, but Window World does provide some really good windows to people if you buy them. Supposedly, you could stand on those windows and they don't break.
So guys, let me ask you something. How did you guys change your names? Because I want to change my name now. I don't want to be Fred P anymore. I want to be something else. How do I do that?
When you go to sign in, when it says enter, that's where you can change your name.
Okay, right there. Okay.
Yeah, but you notice I've been doing it all throughout the whole show.
Yeah.
If you go, are you on a computer?
Yeah.
See yourself in the upper left-hand corner. You're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
Don't be afraid to throw your refrigerator, guys.
Oh,
okay, you see the three little dots next to the connection thing.
Got it.
Go to edit name. Click on it. Go to edit name. Yeah, that's how I've been. Mike, they call me Dr. Love. What was the other one? God of Thunder and Rock and Roll. Now I'm Metal Mike from the Klondike.
I changed my name to Duke.
Speaking of God of Thunder, yesterday, I'm going through just clicking YouTube stuff, and I came across an old Kiss concert. Watched it like for like last night, today, and when Gene does his like God of Thunder, like he'll start like the will come out and be like banging.
Yeah.
The God, like all I hear is Peter Chris. I'm like dun dun, then boom, boom, and they go into God of Thunder. Awesome, so awesome concert. Even watching it on YouTube, still great concert from Kiss.
God of Thunder and rock and roll. You know, actually,
Dude, when I was a kid-
Paul Stanley wrote that song, and he wrote it for himself. And Bob Ezrin, the guy who produced Destroyer, said, "No, this is Gene's song. You're badass, Paul, but you're not God of Thunder."
And I thought Gene wrote that. Like I just thought he might have wrote it.
No, actually, Paul wrote it about himself, and in a moment of unbridled egotism, and the voices you hear in the background, it's I guess it's supposed to be like girls or whatever. It's actually Bob Ezrin's kids playing with little ray guns and like running around the studio shooting at each other. He just sped the voices up a little bit to get them higher.
I did not know that. Yeah.
I'm like that with like music, like production stuff, because I mean, like, look around, man. All that stuff just interests me.
But it's cool because like when I met Paul Stanley, he down to earth, a real down to earth guy, really nice guy, and
Cool.
Gene Simmons, like Gene Simmons wasn't bad, but if like you didn't have like big cans and cut down, like he wasn't looking at you.
Okay, Gene Simmons wrote a book about a biography about himself called Asshole. So
he could be called an ass. He could be, but like also at the same time, he was also cool too. Just as like, hey, I met Gene Simmons because now she's passed away, but a friend of mine, her sister, ended up being Paul Stanley's living nanny. Now his little boy's not little anymore, but like back in the day, and so we go backstage and Paul's like first thing Paul said was, "How do you like the show?" We're like, oh my god, Paul Stanley, and we're trying to get an autograph from Gene, but like I said, like he was just looking at the chicks. So Paul's like, "Hey Gene, these are my nanny's friends. Could you sign?" He's like, "Oh yeah." But the thing is, like the one, Gene was the one that merchandised. Like he's like really smart guy. He was like a teacher, I think, in New York.
He was a grade school teacher. When he was Higham Wits,
and he was the one that merchandise with the back in the Kiss toys, the lunch boxes, the whole 9-yard thing.
Color forms.
Ace Frehley comes out of the back, and like Ace was cool. I liked talking to Ace, and but it's funny. He walks out like either he walked out and he was like surprised to see everybody, or he was stoned. He was smoking something. Just by the look on his face, it was either one or two. But Ace was cool. I liked Ace.
Ace was somebody I've always wanted to meet.
Peter Chris, big dick. He's a good drummer. I like his music. I like his singing. He's just a dick.
Alive 75.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Look at this.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I actually had a first pressing of it, and I screwed it up.
Love this record.
Yeah.
And I love Kiss on MTV Unplugged.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had it on cassette. Dude, I woke up the other. Did you guys ever just wake up? You have a song playing in your head when you get out of bed in the morning.
All the time. Yeah, all the time.
I got out of bed early to start work, and I had to listen to Rock Bottom, MTV Unplugged, Kiss, and I just listened to Rock Bottom for like 3-4 times straight, and then I was like, okay, I can start my day. Just had that song in my head as soon as I woke up. I love I love that song.
Now, the one like nothing against. I mean, I like Eric Singer. I like Bruce Kulick. You know, but it's always going to be the original for me. The original four. It's
Oh yeah, to me, anything else is a cover band.
it's but MTV Unplugged when they did Nothing to Lose at like at one of the last songs with all of them. Actually, they pulled it off really decent. They pulled that song off really well.
That Unplugged album just is so great. I love it.
I just
so much.
find
yeah.
Nothing to Lose. I always found it really amusing that most people don't understand what that song is about.
Rock Bottom?
No, Nothing to Lose. You got nothing to lose. You know, I thought about the back door. I didn't know what to say. Then once I got a baby, I tried every way. She didn't want to do it, but she did anyway. Nobody ever like steamed that at the time anyway. Like, because you're talking that album was released in, I believe, 1971, their first album, and nobody realized that was about backdoor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how Jim Morrison was the backdoor man.
Backdoor man.
I just, like I said, I always found it amusing that most people don't even know what that song is about.
At first, like at first they did when I was a kid. Listen, I didn't like you're listening to the words and going like, I wonder. Yeah, they're like, probably. It's
Strutter. Oh my God.
They did. I was watching on YouTube. They did an interview with Ace, and the one album he hated,
Elder,
was Dynasty. Like when they started doing the disco, Ace is like because Ace is more like rock and roll, boom, boom, like. But I mean, he played it because he had money, But he was not fond of the Dynasty album and possibly Elder.
The Elder he smashed the Masters against the wall. Hated it.
I didn't know that.
He wanted to do they ended up doing Creatures of the Night after he left. Like he was in the video and everything, but he was actually working his way out of the band. He didn't have anything to do with anything to do in the creative process of Creatures of the Night. He was already leaving. But when they decided the reason he left is because Bill Aucoin set it up where all four of them had an equal vote. Anything they did, anything they wrote, the publishing was split 4 ways, and the vote was split 4 ways, like what they would do as a band. When Peter left, or actually Peter got fired, depending on who you talk to, but I believe Peter got fired.
More than once. He got fired like twice.
Yeah. Ace left twice. Peter got fired twice. Basically, once Peter was out of the band, either way, Ace got outvoted 2-1 on everything because Eric Carr was a hired guy.
I actually saw a video today. I watched it where Eric Carr and Bruce Kulick were just basically like they were called like they were just like hired like salary hire like almost like they got a salary like being in a job.
Yeah.
And actually, when you go through those videos, musicians.
Yeah.
Well, touring musicians too. Like Kulick is used to it. He's playing. Before that, he played with Meatloaf, and then his brother, same thing. Studio musician, touring musician. But the worst people that I could see to work for are the Osbournes. Like Randy Rhoads back in 80 and 81, Randy Rhoads made $100 a week. He got comped on all of his food and they call it per diem. I was a contractor, so I know exactly what per diem is. That's when you get, if you use your own vehicle, you get comped for it. If you use your own tools, you get comped. Well, same with Randy, he got per diem, for food and lodging. Like he didn't have to pay for a hotel room and he didn't have to pay for dinner, but his spending money, like money that he was given, like, oh, well, here you can go to town on this. He got like 100, 150 a week.
Mm.
The Osbournes didn't pay anything. Dio was another one. The thing is, though, he wrote songs with other people, like Vivian Campbell. Like him and Vivian Campbell wrote the entire first album together. He didn't give Vivian any publishing for it. Dio took all the publishing credit for himself, and he kept promising. He's like, okay, after the third album, then I'll start giving you guys some publishing rights. Publishing is everything in music. If you don't have if you don't have your publishing, you don't make anything. I mean, you're making, like I said, Dio paid Vivian Campbell, I think it was like $300 a week, which it was it was a decent factory salary back in say '81. But I wouldn't want to earn that as a musician.
You know who got really like boned? Vinnie Vincent. Like they just.
Hey, Vinny's a weird case, man. He sued them 14 times and lost 14 times.
Yeah. But I also heard like he helped write songs and they won't like pay him like royalties and like.
You got to remember though, he wrote songs on some of their least selling albums at the time. Like he wrote songs for Creatures of the Night. So did Bryan Adams, actually, which is not very well known. The same guy, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and all. He helped Gene Simmons write War Machine, believe it or not. Which when I found that, I was like, really?
Yeah. Like
Canadian Bryan Adams?
Writing War Machine. Part writing War Machine.
I can't see Bryan Adams like, because I'm a war machine. I can't see Bryan Adams doing that.
Yeah.
Kiss actually paid their guys really well. Like, I remember hearing like Kulick and Carr were pulling down something like $1,200 a week, which when you're talking the early '80s, that's a ton of money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me ask you guys a quick question.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'll make it quick. So like when Elvis came out in the 50s, probably a lot of the moms and dads, had a problem with that. Their kids listening to rock and roll, and I think it happened again with the Beatles, but with Kiss, with their image, like them being in full makeup, face paint, like having that crazy image, like. Jay, how about like your mom and dad? Like, did they have like a problem with you, listening to Kiss as a kid? Were they like, "What is this?"
When I first started listening to Kiss, it was already they were into the Crazy Nights album, so they didn't have the face paint anymore, and
okay.
That's when I started actually like listening, like hearing Kiss. But then I'm like, well, because I knew there was Ace and Peter, but I didn't have their album, so I started going back and buying like their back album. I'm like, oh, it's pretty cool,
Yeah, I had a much different experience.
But it's like Paul like when I met Paul Stanley, like I said, he was like he didn't act like it went to his head. Like he was like, hey guys, how'd you like the show? And when we were at his hotel, we tried paying for the tickets. And his wife at the time was like, no, don't worry about it. We're like, well, cool, And later on, like a couple weeks later, again, my friend whose sister was a nanny, she got this big box set in the mail, and for like me and for all like t-shirt, like Kiss t-shirts and shit. And like he was a really, really nice guy. But yeah, it's
That's
like.
cool.
And the reason how she ended up being the nanny is because that they started out in New York. Well, Paul's like grandmother knew her grandma, like was friends with the girl's grandma, and they collided, and that's how it happened. And Yeah, she like moved out to California with him. She was living living. She was a nanny. That had to be cool in itself. When we went to the garden, they were staying at the Regal Royal, I believe, the Regal Royal Hotel, and you couldn't go up. You had to give them like a code word for them letting the elevator go up. You know, like yeah. Which her name was Lisa, the nanny. She goes, "Want to see something cool?" I'm like, yeah. She opens up a bedroom door and all you see is monster boots, amps, guitars. I'm like, we're like, holy, you know.
What a crazy experience, man. That's nuts that you got to do that. That's so cool, man.
See, I had a much different experience growing up. Kiss ruled the world in '78. In '78, I was 5 years old. And to me, like, they were in Marvel Comics, they were color forms, they were action figures. They were my superheroes when I was a kid. It's like they played music, and they played really what I considered, even now, like pretty heavy music.
Heavy.
And they were the band that ruled the world. They were Alice Cooper times 4. And I would go down on the playground. I had my little plastic Kiss guitar, and I'd be like, wailing on it, and the other little, there was grew up in a place called Welkswood up by the mall. There was a ton of kids there at the time, and like all the girls in the park would be like around me screaming and pretending like they're groupies and stuff, and it's like, man, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do for a living. This is awesome. And then like that, and Star Wars came out in '77, which again, I said '78. I was 6 then, but '77 I was 5, and that's when Star Wars came out. And I remember like Darth Vader, his first time on screen, he picks up a guy, where are those plans? And then
just like poof.
Well, he crushes his windpipe with his one hand and then flings him against the wall. Commander, you tear this ship apart until you found those plans. And bring me the passengers. I want them alive. And I looked at my mother and I looked at the screen. I'm like, that's what I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah.
I want that job.
Yeah.
And it's funny.
I literally said that. And at 6'7", I'm about the same height as David Prowse. So I got damn close. I just don't pick up people with one hand anymore. I did that with Flea once. I picked him up by one hand when he slapped me in the face over something. And grabbed him by the face and picked him up by the hand, like with one hand. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that now if I had a crane to help me.
That was your Darth Vader moment.
It was. Actually, he put his head right through a ceiling tile.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was at McKenna's Golden Gun Saloon.
Oh, I know McKenna's. Yeah, I've been there. It's funny because back in the day, I didn't realize that, the guy who played Darth Vader, the voice was done by someone totally different.
James Earl Jones.
And
yep.
You all right over there, FP?
Huh?
You all right over there?
Yeah, I almost fell on the steps.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. But
is James Earl Jones still alive, or did we lose him?
I believe he is. He is, I believe.
Still alive.
He's alive?
He's probably like 90 by now, but yeah.
But it's funny.
Yeah.
I remember I watched an interview or part of an interview with James Earl Jones, and when he was like he couldn't talk right, like I think he had like a stutter or something, and but yeah, like now he's like, and here's the thing, which I thought like James Earl Jones has these people by the Cahallans, because like when they did like episode 3. And they put Anakin or Hayden Christensen in the Darth Vader suit. Well, you couldn't do it without James Earl Jones' voice.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Like
with AI now?
Well, I mean back then. Like
okay. I thought you were talking about the recent Disney Plus thing.
Oh no. I mean like back when they made episode 3. Like
okay.
you couldn't have Hayden, in there and not have the Darth Vader voice. Like so, like James Earl Jones could have said, "Well, I want this," and basically they would have had to do it because they were well, yeah. With now with AI, they could probably do it, but back then, James Earl Jones had like it was funny. Like they were interviewed. They're talking about Empire Strikes Back, and nobody knew like until like James like he didn't know that he was going to be Darth Vader was going to be like Luke's father, and that caught everybody off guard. Nobody was expecting that one.
Tell you what, you want to watch something on YouTube that's really funny. Look up. Somebody took scenes from Star Wars and replaced James Earl Jones' voice with Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction. And he's calling everybody mother effer all over the place, and it's great.
What does Marcellus Wallace look like?
I can picture Samuel Jackson going, his voice. You motherfucker, you didn't do that. Yeah, I can.
Say what? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you.
Well,
say what?
Remember in Eddie Murphy did coming to America.
Okay.
He played like the
robber.
Yeah. Say what and
dude, how about in Coming to America, right at the end, the two old guys from Trading Places are homeless on the street.
That was
great.
The best.
What a great little Easter egg, huh? I mean, so
Randolph.
I'm not talking to you.
We're back.
Randolph, we're back.
Oh man.
Ralph Blamey, and I forget who the other one was.
Yeah.
It's Don Amici.
Villains from Trading Places. Don Amici. Yep.
It's funny because Ralph Blamey played back in the 80s. Did you guys remember the movie Oh God with George Burns and?
Watched it recently actually.
Ralph Blamey played one of the lawyers. He's like, I want to ask this witness a question. George like, I'd answered enough questions. Like just shut up,
Hey, by the way,
that was also a brilliant film.
I tried to watch two movies that you guys recommended to me: DC Cab and Used Cars. I'm gonna watch them. I promise. I can't get them for free though. I have to pay to watch them, but that's okay.
Forgot.
I'm gonna do it.
Used Cars, you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
Like in the beginning,
I gotta watch them.
You see Kurt Russell spinning back an odometer, like spins back the odometer, puts on the window, low mileage, and
well, Jay, I mean, with your experience, I mean, to you it must be like 3 times funnier.
Oh yeah, you're like said. Well, Fred, my dad was in the car business when I was for most of his life, so
yeah.
I grew up going to car auctions, and I was going before that. Bless you.
Now you're looking for attention.
I was going to Manheim Auto Auction before it was what did it say, like when kids were still like they didn't care if a kid walked down to the lanes. I was going with my dad on a Friday. My mom would let me stay out of school, and I'd go down with my dad down to Manheim. And so watching Used Cars, even like you'll see like Lenny and Squiggy from University have a cameo in it. They play like talent, like they knew how to like jam football game, like sound like production trucks.
Yeah, they play like that networking geniuses.
If I could install a pacemaker, I could bounce this thing off the satellite, and yeah. And DC Cab, it's just I don't even know how to even explain these, but
it's Mr. T and Gary Busey. I mean, come on.
That's one that made it's just, but it's like Gary Busey's character is like
screaming and all the windows explode and hit the stereo.
Like partway through the movie, like they start making money, and like now they have like nice looking cabs, and Gary Busey goes to Adam Baldwin. Yeah, I see. Well, I want to show you what I bought something with my cat. So they get it, and he's playing. I'm pretty sure it was some Elvis. Well, Gary Busey's like, whoa! And all of a sudden, you see like the just bust out of his car. It's like, it's the one like one of the main guys, Max Gale. He's an older actor. I don't know if he's still even alive anymore.
Barney Miller.
Yeah, he played on Barney Miller. Yeah, like they were just a show like the comedy shows from the '80s that you had to laugh at. Like, you charge this guy blah 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 blah, and the guy goes, they had a lot of luggage, and Mr. T. Yeah, I like Mr. No, Mr. T plays good parts in anything he does. I like
he played himself over and over.
I liked him in the A-Team. I love the A-Team.
Say it's Mr. T in the A-Team. It's Mr. T in Rocky. It's I pitied a fool. I mean that's he pitied the fool in everything he ever did.
Yeah, he's
just like when he went in the A-Team, like you saw him with all his like jewelry around. Like, how the hell did he like not fall over at one point with all that gold around him? That's what I want. It's like, but it's funny, like the character B.A. Baracus, like big, war guy, and like he won't get on an airplane. You have to drug him to get him on an airplane, and or like Hannibal will come up behind him with a thing. They have to knock him out. And
all you had to do is give him a hard shove, he'd fall over. I mean, he had people always think about the chains, but I mean, he had bracelets, he had rings, he had earrings. When from what I understand, depending on what he was wearing that day, his jewelry weighed a grand total between 30 and 40 pounds at any given time. That gold's heavy, so.
And he wore it around like it was nothing. Like, it was fun. Hannibal, I ain't getting on no plane. They knock him out. He wakes up. How did I get here? Oh, we drove. And like he's looking like you're full of shit, And there was one episode where they actually they to make it think like they drove. They changed his watch time so it looks like it was a couple days ahead, and they wouldn't let him like read the paper to watch this to like read what date it was. Yeah.
The best was Eddie Murphy did a routine one time. What if Mr. T were gay? And that I think that was in Delirious.
It was.
That's hilarious. Come here, punk! I'm gonna stick my tongue down your throat.
Eddie Murphy is a genius. He is just one of the funniest comedians, man. He's so good.
He was like back before he got like Disneyfied. Like you're talking like Eddie Murphy Delirious, Eddie Murphy Raw.
Yeah.
Then he goes to Disney, and he's like a whole different like. But Eddie Murphy, he was able to pull it off because like he went from being the Raw comic to being an actor.
Yeah.
And then like go back to being like Axel Foley, which I still have not seen that. I have not seen that movie yet.
Beverly Hills Cop. You never saw that?
I didn't see the new one that they just did on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw the only one I didn't like was the third one. I thought that was kind of dumb.
Yeah, it was contrived. Second one was good.
Yeah, I like the first one. He's like, I just got thrown out of a goddamn window. How's the mic?
You mean you're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe?
You guys familiar with a movie called it would be Every Which Way But Loose with Clint Eastwood, came out in 1978.
With the orangutan.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
That was a late 70s trope.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My dad and I used to watch that movie and a whole bunch of other like late 70s, 80s movies. That's why I can't figure out how I missed like DC Cab and Used Cars and some of the others because like I thought I saw them all. Like my dad and I watching movies from that era, But yeah, Every Which Way But Loose. That's a
And
good one.
the
I
guy,
think that's what they. Sorry,
I don't know. I was just saying the
I
guy.
was just going to say. I think remember if you remember the TV series BJ and the Bear. I think that's what they based it on was Every Which Way But Loose.
The guy who played, I don't know if he's still alive anymore. You remember the guy who played like the head biker, like the leader of the biker gang, and
Yeah,
in Any Which Way You Can, which was like the sequel.
the sequel.
They're at their clubhouse and they're like, who are we gonna, who we're gonna nail his ass to the gates of hell? Go Philo. No. Then all of a sudden, like you see smoke in the back, and the guy gets up. Oh my god, my brownies are burning! Like this big tough guy's like worried about burning his brownies. So the head leader guy goes, "Is what? He's baking brownies." He just had to look like, and the line that he came off with, he's like, "Lord, you made other men out of clay. Mine, you made out of shit." And just the way he said it, and the way you could watch it 5 times and still laugh. So you made other men out of clay.
Jeffrey Lewis. He was in the A-Team. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he played like the main biker. He was in the A-Team. He was in a few other things. Jeffrey Lewis. Yeah, it might have been him.
But yeah, or like in Any Trade Can, like after they have to pull all the tar off and they're all bald now and it was all their hair. They get pulled over by the cops and the cops just like started laughing and say like just like we can't do this. We deserve those tickets, The cop looks and goes, like you're walking disaster of nature, but we don't enforce those laws or something. And those were the good comedies.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm like, wait a minute, who's? Oh, that's FP. Yeah, guy. You have a good night.
Later, brother. Be good.
Talk to you.
You guys want to shut her down or keep it going, or what do you think?
I'm still ready. I'm still, if you guys want to keep it going, I'm still fine with keeping it going. I mean,
I'm cool.
About movies, and stuff, and 80s, and yeah, I'm good. It's so much for the. Oh, I'm not going to go 3 out. We're at like.
I was going to say, well, you each get 15 minutes, and we're going to keep it to an hour, and
try not go over, and yeah, and there's still six people still with us, Thank you, guys.
In all fairness, Gina probably fell asleep in front of the TV.
All right, so 5 people. Yeah, maybe we might catch Marcus on the way. Who knows wherever Marcus is? But yeah, those were the good ones. Like Every Which Way But Loose.
As it starts getting later, watch like 100 people will pour in, or like 1,000 people. Like, oh, what's this about? It's very blue.
Yeah, it's.
There was another one from that era. I think it was called Wise Guys with Joe Piscopo. My father used to laugh his ass off. We'd watch that one too.
Johnny Dangerously.
Oh Johnny yeah, Dangerously. With that's a good one too. Yeah, with Michael Keaton, right?
Yeah.
And Dangerously, yeah, that's a good one. No, but there's a movie called Wise Guys with Joe Piscopo.
I think you mean Wise Guys with Joe Pesci?
Let me see here. Okay, so yeah, it came out in '86.
I'd
called Wise Guys.
Riches.
Danny DeVito and Joe Piscopo. Wise Guys from 1986. Really? Yeah, dude, watch that. Oh my god, so funny. It's like a mafia spoof movie. Like everything goes wrong. So funny.
Did Danny DeVito die? Did I hear right at one point, or am I?
No, I think he's alive. I think his wife passed away. Did Rhea Perlman die? I think.
Not that I heard.
I gotta.
Oh, my bad. She's alive. She's alive and well. And so is he.
'Cause I know
They're both alive. Good. I think they got divorced. That's what I was thinking.
That's what says Danny DeVito dead at the age of 74.
He's good, according to Wikipedia. He's alive.
Yeah, you got to go. That's the first thing I do too. Go to Wiki and see if it says is or was.
Yes. Yeah. If it's past tense, then it's like, oh, okay.
Remember, he was the on a TV series Taxi. He was like the dispatcher guy, Louis.
Yeah.
Louis. You don't see shows like that anymore. Like now you see this like reality crap like The Bachelor. Come on.
You don't see anything good anymore.
Yeah, true.
You guys watch the reboot of Night Court by chance?
No.
Night Court on NBC.
I watched it on YouTube. I tried to I was just curious, and I like the girl who plays. I liked her in The Big Bang Theory, but just like trying to be like Night. Nah. I mean, the guy who plays.
It's not a bad show, man. It's
like they just should have let it. They just should have let it lie. They should have let it go. Like
yeah.
But I mean, I heard it's a good show though. I just can't get into it.
It's good.
I
like it. I like it a lot.
Judge Harry T. Stone, like, is that? Remember that black lady in Night Court? Is she in this reboot? No, she was like one of the cops or like a security guard.
Yeah, Bailiff. She comes back and sort of like made an appearance last season, and she's older now. Like her character's older, so she has like a different storyline and stuff. But yeah, like she's not in every episode, but she is like
she'll make cameo
part of the show. Yeah.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah, not a bad show by today's standards,
Today's standards are pretty low.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. That's why we watch old movies, old shows, because they were just better. Like they weren't trying as hard. Like all the shows today, like they're trying too hard to make you laugh and to
one of my guilty pleasures with movies, especially, I love DC Comics, and I love Marvel Comics too. And I have most of those movies. I've seen them, but the DC universe, I just love. It's like, okay, DC's gonna take on Death of Superman. How are they gonna do it? How are they gonna work this in? How are they gonna get Doomsday? How are they gonna get Zod? I just always been a really big fan of Superman. Like most people always say, like when I was a kid, I did like Batman, but Superman is just awesome.
It took me a while. It took me a while to get into Batman too. Yeah, like the TV show, like with Adam West and Burt Ward.
Oh yeah, I loved that when I was a kid.
It took me a little bit to get into it, but like Superman. Remember on TV, and I'm going back like probably mid 70s. No, like late 70s, because they had like the live act of Spider-Man.
Yep.
TV show.
You ever see Japanese Spider-Man from that era?
No.
Look that up. It was actually sanctioned by Marvel Comics. It's a completely different universe. It is Spider-Man in Japan. And it has robots, and Spider-Man has a robot that follows him around and helps him, like a giant robot, and he can pilot it sometimes. And it's like a 70s Japanese take on Spider-Man, and it's awesome.
I'll have to search it.
When I was growing up, guys, it was Batman from '89 with Michael Keaton.
I saw that in the theater.
Oh man, loved that movie. The next one, Batman Returns, with Michelle Pfeiffer. I mean, I don't know. That was like when I was a kid. It was Batman Returns, then Batman Forever with Val Kilmer.
Kill him.
I hear you. I hear you.
Clooney didn't do a bad job. When George Clooney, like Batman, was it Batman
Looney
Forever?
was good. Yeah,
That's the one where they put nipples on the bat suit.
Yeah.
yeah, that was Batman and Robin with Schwarzenegger
Yeah, it's Mr. Freeze or Doctor.
and
Mr. Freeze.
Alicia Silverstone. Yeah,
It's
I love those movies.
it's
So
funny.
much.
At one of the last awards, I forget what award, movie awards. Michael Keaton was in the audience, and giving away award. It was actually Schwarzenegger and DeVito. Not trying to be like the bad guys from Batman, but like from Twins. They did the movie Twins. Well, they come on. They start. You think they're like actually trying to like, oh shit, I can't think of the word. Like bust on Michael Keaton, and Michael Keaton has that look, but they're actually doing he was actually playing like his like role as Batman, like shit. What? Oh man, his character like Bruce Wayne, like how he's like with the. And everybody first thought like Michael Keaton was pissed, but he went into character as Bruce Wayne, and nobody caught it, except for Schwarzenegger. DeVito knew it, like they knew what was going on.
Yeah.
There was one Batman latest movie where Michael Keaton donned the Batsuit. I was like, cool, and
I know the one you mean.
I wish they would do another Batman, but bring back Michael Keaton. Now, growing up, when I was younger, I liked to watch the cartoon, like Batman cartoons, and it came to the part where they did Batman. Was it Batman Forever? Batman Beyond. Where in the cartoon, Bruce Wayne can't fight it, but he ends up taking on a protege. So Bruce Wayne's at the Batcave, and there's a new Batman. But that'd be kind of cool if they did a movie where Michael Keaton's still technically Bruce Wayne, but he's like training like a new Batman, or taking on a protege. That might not be too bad.
In the comics, that would be Nightwing. Yeah, I believe Fred. I believe that Bullet Man is referring to me. If I get too close to these microphones, it's meant for me to be back here. And if I get up too close to them, they kind of like overload a little. So
I assumed it was for me because I have a bad habit of like shouting and like at my computer, and I have to catch myself. So I appreciate whether it's me or you. It's a good reminder for me to like.
He said that you and Jay rule, and I wasn't like in there, so I'm assuming that it's me, and I'm being a little bit too boisterous.
Oh, Bullet! I just saw Bullet Man. Thank you for watching, Bullet Man.
Yeah, when he's saying turn mic down, I think he means turn mic down.
The mic,
not microphone.
Oh,
that'd be MIC.
Oh.
I think he's saying turn mic down.
Oh, okay.
And I apologize. I could be abrasive for some people. Mr. Yanch over there can vouch to that from his time he spent with me in junior high school.
Yeah.
Hey man.
I didn't have a filter back then either, and back then I was also not 6'7". So yeah, I got punched around a lot.
I remember going back to Township for a minute. Do you remember Miss Mustick?
Oh God, yeah.
It's funny because like the first year, I think it was 7th grade. Like for the first half of the year, she was out because she like broke her wrist, and we had a substitute. And then she came back, and we were supposed to do like homework, and like I just didn't do it. So, it was Tony Wren. Tony Wren was sitting in front of me, and Tony didn't do his homework either. So he had to always pass the homework up to the front of the person. She's like, Tony, how come you didn't? He's like, so I didn't lie. She goes, she goes, I don't know if she said mystery or Jason. She goes, why didn't you do your homework? And I didn't lie. I just said, I just didn't do it. I'm like, for whatever reason. She goes, do you think we need to call Steve? And I'm like, no. So if I forgot to do anybody's homework, it was not for her. Because it's funny because her husband at the time and my dad worked in the car business and knew each. So like my dad knew Miss Mustang. I didn't know this though. So like yeah. So if I was gonna screw up in any class, I'd make sure it was not her.
Well, remember I had my desk pushed up. She would make me push my desk up to her desk, so I would have to sit next to her in the front of the class because she didn't trust me. She didn't trust me anywhere anywhere else in the classroom.
I do remember that. I forgot why, but now I remember her putting me up in front of the class.
And then it's like we'd get math tests, and I would just draw a gigantic question mark on the entire test. I had like I would always say, I have a perfect average in my math class. It's 0. I don't do any work there.
Mm-hmm. That's such a great response, though. Jay's like, why didn't you do your homework? And he's like, I just didn't. I just didn't do it.
I'm not going to lie and say, like my dog ate it. I'm just like,
yeah.
Good.
I didn't feel like it.
Oh, God. If she has ever asked me that, which she probably did, I would just be like, you serious? I don't do anything in this class.
But it was funny back in township, we're in township. The principal, remember Mr. Knockley?
Oh yeah, I ran into his kid years later.
It's like nobody like Mr. Knockley came in. He was like the principal, and everybody's like, he's like, but Mr. Daru would walk in and take his big paddle and like slam in the lunchroom, slam the tail. Everybody's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember right, Mr. Daru was Knockley's unofficial vice principal.
I'm gonna say
or he was like, what's that?
Mr. Daru had more. He put to scare people more than Knockley did.
Oh yeah, yeah. But Mr. Daru was actually like, I think he even had the title of assistant principal. I don't think he got the pay.
Probably not. He also could have Mr. Elias.
Put your books underneath your seats. Put your pencils underneath your seats. Remember, like every day, that routine.
Yeah, plus the one time, like the bell rang and we all just got up and like left. He comes out, get back in here. We're like, oh shit!
I do remember that.
He didn't excuse us. We just got up all and left.
Yeah, he didn't dismiss us.
And he came out screaming. We had to go back in, and yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah, when he got angry, you got scared.
Yeah, it was like.
Yeah, he was teachers like that too.
Mr.
You never forget them.
It was funny, like Mr. Kundrat. Every Friday he'd show a film reel. I'd always fall asleep. So he'd just walk by and just go just hit my desk. We had the desk that had the connected to the seat. He just walk by and just pull my head up and go, wake up. Oh, okay.
Chad, I got a secret I'm gonna let you in on. I was the guy who would super glue pennies to Kundrat's floor. Because if you remember that, if you dropped a penny, he would pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually went, and when nobody was in the room, I went with a bunch of pennies and I would super glue them to the floor. He'd get them though. He'd sit there with a screwdriver and, pry them up and everything. I made it up to him. Ninth grade, because he was convinced the world's copper supply was diminishing or whatever. I made a copper tray in the shop class, and I had like filings and stuff like leftover scrap metal from the copper, and I actually brought it upstairs and gave it to him. So
it was funny because like back then, Fred, like in junior high, you took half year, you took shop, and the other half you took home ec.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's like kind of where I started learning my like I like to cook, and I don't. Miss Leszczak is somewhere on my friends list, and I still think she's alive.
really,
Yeah, and
I'm friends with Mrs. Weibel.
so am I. I think everybody is. It's Miss Leszczak. She commented like she didn't comment on me, but she commented. She messaged me. She's like, "I remember you always were interested in cooking,
Marcus.
blah 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 blah." I was like, "Oh yeah, really?" I'm surprised you even remember. Back then. Oh, Mrs. Weibel. Oh, like I don't know if she messaged, like I see her sometimes post stuff. I should ask her if she remembers the day Kundrat was out. It's back in township. This teacher, Mrs. Weibel, was right next to the science teacher, Mr. Kundrat. Well, he was out. There was a substitute. I forget who the substitute was, but
Well, she was the 8th grade. There was a science teacher for each grade. Daru was 7, Weibel was 8th, and Kundrat was 9th. So Weibel was actually the 8th grade science teacher.
And it was actually like their rooms were right next to each other. Well, we had a substitute, and it was when you have a sub, man, you just it was just free for all, and the substitute could not control the class. Miss Weibel comes over because I guess we were too loud. She comes over. She gave the whole class detention.
I remember that.
She gave everybody now. If you had to because I'm like I got to call home, and back then there was no phone, so somebody go down to the office to call home to say, "Hey mom, I'm gonna be here for 8th period. What happened? Oh, our whole class got detention." For what? Substitute. She goes, like she had to sound like Jesus Christ, Okay, you'll be home after 8. Yep. Okay. So she said, everybody detention. And I wonder if she remembers that. I have to next time if I see her post, I'll have to ask her. Everybody gave a whole class detention. Yeah, that was me. That was one of them.
I remember actually now you mentioned it because there was some confusion as to like where to report for detention. Like, do we report to her? Do we report to the substitute? Do we?
Yeah. I think if I remember, we just because that was our homeroom class. That was like our homeroom. Maybe not. But we ended up staying in Kundrat's room for detention. And she walked in, everybody detention. Oh.
No, but I believe that was even my response. I went over to her classroom. I'm like, so where do we go for detention? You're the one who gave it to us, but we were in another class. So do we report to you? Do we report over there? Get your ass over there. So, all right, she said this room.
There was a substitute by the name of Mr. Reinman. And is
that the guy that looked like Buddy Holly?
Yeah. Like
and was there a little bit too long at the female class, the women or the girls?
I think.
Yeah, he would kind of just sit there and ogle them, and occasionally, sometimes he'd have a wet spot on the front of his pants when he got up.
I've never noticed that back in the day.
He was a bit of a perv.
They always called, who did they call a perv? The one gym teacher. He was the girls' gym teacher. I forget his name. It wasn't Mr. McGrain.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
There was a rumor that he was like always trying to look at walking on the girl's chain or some shit. I don't know how true it was. I don't know. But
I remember they had to more or less because he was a male teacher and you had to have somebody they had to actually bring the lunch ladies in to wash the showers.
I remember that.
Yeah, then they got Mrs. Elias the following year. Mystery Elias, his wife. She was actually Like that was she took a sabbatical that year. That McGrain was their teacher, which I guess is why they weren't too concerned.
Marcus is in the house. What's up, Marcus? Are you driving tonight, Marcus, or are you home? But yeah, well, Mrs. Elias, and it was fun because like, what did she teach? What the hell?
Health.
Okay, yeah. Everybody was failing. Like everybody was failing her class.
But that was the way it worked. The health teacher was actually doubled as the girls' gym teacher.
Yeah. And everybody's failing health. And like back then, like, you know, it was never the teacher's fault, you know, back in the day. And my mom's like, why are you failing? I'm like, everybody's failing. No. She's like almost like, come on, you're bullshit. Well, her and my dad went to parent-teacher conference night. And when she came home, she's like, you were right. This lady's nuts. And I'm like, I'm trying to tell you. So the next day is when she made everybody. And I don't know if the parents were bitching or if the principal came down on her or something. The next day, our assignment, we had to carry an egg for 24 hours. Do you remember that? We had to carry the egg.
I don't know. I remember people carrying the eggs. I don't know if it pertained to me or not.
Yeah, she signed the egg, so you can't cheat and say if you broke it, you'll get another one. And you had to carry for 24 hours. If you made it, you passed. If you didn't, you failed. But the whole class, it was like towards the end of the whole class was failing, and nobody. I don't know why, but the whole class was failing. So for her to, I guess, McMahon, she made us carry an egg for 24 hours. And Coughlin, another like Miss Glad. If you sneezed in her class during a test, she made you take 10 points off.
Glad I didn't have her.
Yeah, I did.
I used to dread those parent-teacher conferences, man.
Yeah, so
when they would come around, I'd be like, "Oh, here we go."
Yeah. So like, my mom's like, "How come?" And I forget what class, what she taught. My mom, we had a test, so my mom's like, "How'd you do?" I said, "Well, I got this. Why? I got minus 10 points." For what? Sneezed. My mom thought I was bullshitting her. She's like, "No, what?" I said, "I sneezed." Like she thought I was lying. She goes, "No, what'd you do?" I said, "I sneezed." And she kind of like all right, and walked away like yeah. So they come back from the meeting. She goes, because she asked her like, why is there minus 10 points on my son's grade? Sneeze. And she comes back. She's like, "You were right." I'm like, "I told you." Like, yeah, Miss Glau would give you 10 points off if you sneezed in her class.
I think I say that. I mean, I know as a fact that Elias never did that with me. If she did, I mean, if she asked me where the egg was, I would just be like, "Guess what my lunch is today." You know, and I'd have the eggshell that had her initials or whatever on it, and I'd be like, "Look at that! That's quite the omelet now, isn't it?" Thanks for buying me lunch today. I appreciate it. And she was so damn nutty. She probably would have passed me too, just for doing that, having the balls to do it.
There was, there was a lady in Coughlin. They called her the troll lady. I can't remember her real name.
Sounds familiar. I wasn't at Coughlin very long. I was only there 3 months before they threw me out, and I skipped school most of that time.
They dubbed her the troll lady. She thought, remember those little troll dolls that were big?
Yeah, I have one actually.
She ended up getting locked. The story was that she ended up getting locked in a closet or something, and she thought, I guess she went nuts because the story was she thought trolls were trying to like kidnap something or do something. And
He's a little dusty.
And it's funny because like we walk by and people go, "There's a troll."
I had those. I had a bunch of those. Yeah.
If
Treasure trolls.
If you put one like a little like on your desk, say you put one on, she walked by, like, oh man, it was funny. You had to laugh at it. But yeah, I don't know if she went nuts. I heard she got locked in like a closet. I don't know if it was in her house or at the school. She got locked in a closet and now thought trolls were trying to get her. I wish I could remember her name. Do you remember Mr. Treba?
From Coughlin?
Yeah.
Jay, you got to understand, the only time I was in Coughlin, I left the end of November.
Right, but he was in 7th grade because I had him in 7th grade.
You went, I was going to say, like, you got to remember, like, the only time I would ever go to Coughlin is if I wanted to score some weed.
Oh yes.
So, man, I don't have any weed and I can't get any at work. I'll go to school today and see who I run into.
Ted Trebe, actually, his son is like a big. Well, they're two golf. They were really. I don't know if Ted Trebe is still alive, but his son. They played golf, and the son ended up being like on TV, like golfer on TV, like a pro golfer. But I think Ted Trebe taught Matt social stuff. Matt, I forget. But he was out one day, and there was a substitute again. Well, Mr. Trebe had plants in his room. Well, somebody ruined or messed one of his plants.
Wasn't me.
So we're coming, like, I'm coming into class, and my buddy who lived across the street, he was a year older than me. He was late, like he was in his class before our class was. He's walking out, and he's like, "Don't just go and sit down and don't say nothing." And he like heads up. He's mad. So we sit down, and all of a sudden, and he goes into that. Do you remember the Twisted Sister video? We're not going to take it.
We're not going to take it. Yeah.
Okay.
What are you going to do? Like, literally, like, Miss how could someone destroy a plant? Like, he was off for like 20 minutes, at least a good 20, then started the class over this plant. But, oh, yeah.
It's a great video with the dad in the son's room, and he's like,
well, that's the guy. I forget his name, but he was also in. He played in Animal House as like he played in Animal.
Niedermeyer.
Yeah.
Niedermeyer. Yeah, he actually when they did the video, they actually asked him to come back and reprise Niedermeyer.
Yeah,
and that's what he did.
He says just as like an older character. Yeah, it's
Twisted Sister pin on your uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Animal House, it was like a frat pin or something. And
yeah.
He also played in. It was back in the. It wasn't I don't think it was a big movie that went over really big, but it was one of the first. It was called The Heavenly Kid.
I remember that. I know the one you mean.
Yeah, and Niedermeyer played like he had a rival with some guy with the main character guy, and the main character guy dies, and he ends up with the girlfriend, and then
didn't realize that was him until now.
Yeah, that was Niedermeyer.
His name is Mark Metcalf. Mark Metcalf, yeah. Niedermeyer from Animal House. Another great movie.
So, and did you ever see the movie with Louis Gossett Jr., Iron Eagle?
No. I remember it.
Is his name C.
I remember what it was. Actually, he started getting typecast as a drill sergeant shortly after The Love Lift Us Up Where We Belong movie.
An Officer and a Gentleman, was that the movie?
Yeah.
It's Mark has had some hot tea chairs. No. I think it was C. Thomas Howell. Like that was like one of the first movie he played, like the geeky kid, and the main character comes back as an angel. So for him to get into heaven, he has to do like a good deed, and he was assigned to this kid who was the daughter, the son of the girlfriend, and it just turns up that was actually his kid. Like he was the father and didn't know it, but he has to do a good deed. So his good deed was trying to get the kid laid, like get a girlfriend, get him laid, and they go into this junkyard. And this was one of the coolest scenes in this movie. They find like a '57 Chevy convertible, all just destroyed. So he uses heavenly powers
to rip off Christine.
Yeah, to make it like brand new again, and it was called The Heavenly Kid. It was a good movie. Let me see if I can find it.
Car was even red.
Yeah, red and white. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably like a '57 Chevy Bel Air. It wasn't,
Oh yeah, it was a convertible.
It wasn't like a '58 Fury like Christine, but 58
mean. Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like when I saw that scene, where he's like restoring the car with his, and
like snapping them.
It's like, oh man, this is Chris. They're ripping off Christine. It was a good film. It was fun.
I got like 3 minutes left in me, guys. Then I'm gonna pass out.
Also, the guy who played in it was it was Jason Gedrick who played the geeky kid. Jason Gedrick. Here it is. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Oh, wait.
He's right up there with Tom Cruise. Just think if somebody accepted different parts, different ways.
Fred, click that link and you'll see what we were talking about. It's
cool.
So
The Heavenly Kid.
He finds out that he's gonna die. He saw his name on like the list of
Oh man, don't throw spoilers out there.
Okay, I won't throw spoilers. But so watch the end. The end's cool too.
I'm watching it now. Yeah,
the
car is like completely restored at the end. That's cool.
Watch that. It's like,
oh, even the radio goes back in the engine.
Like you can't take chicks to a drive-in. I've never been to a drive-in, except I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go. You know what it was. You can't take chicks to a drive-in on your bicycle.
Oh yeah. I've never been to a drive-in.
But it's a two-seater. I'm kidding.
Jason Gedrick. He ended up playing in Iron Eagle with Louis Gossett Jr. That was a good movie too.
I never saw it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it at least clips are on YouTube.
I just arbitrarily apologize for everything, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
And Fred, you met my ex-wife before, so you probably can understand why I, just profusely and constantly apologize.
Well, look, it happens. I'm also an apologizer too. I always feel like I'm stepping on toes or, said something out of line. So I'm used to it myself, man. You know,
And we still
I
have
say
six,
sorry a lot.
we still have 6 people watching. So awesome.
Yeah, man. I hate to be a party pooper here. I've been up since I don't even know what time, so I'm probably gonna sign off. But
Um,
I just saw Marcus's chat. Jay isn't letting me go. Yeah, I know, man. I'm
I,
gonna.
I didn't realize it was 1 a.m. I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah,
But yeah, I gotta call the girlfriend. Or she's probably sleeping now. Who knows? But yeah,
I
all
drank
right.
like 14 Diet Cokes,
That,
but
no,
they
guys,
finally stopped working. I'm at the point. I'm like, ugh.
guys, it was another great show tonight. Thank you both for joining. And,
Absolutely. Thank you.
next week. And Mike, I'll put the link in look on your message. You're in what's called the show group. So
Okay.
anything with y'all, just throw it there for all of you. But yeah, guys, for watching. Thanks for watching us for 4 hours tonight. We appreciate it, and
It was supposed to be one.
yeah. Guys, have a great Labor Day. Everyone have a great Labor Day.
You
And
too, man. Thanks.
week. Good night.
Be good, guys.